Seminar on sustainable pharma manufacturing and green chemistry. Thank you all for coming in so early. I would now like to invite our chairman R. Shivaprasad Reddy to please come onto the stage, followed by AVPS Chakravarti Garu. Please come on. C.H. Rameshwar Rao, the National President of BDMA and Chairman Rakshit Group of Companies. Dr. Narendran, Deputy Drug Controller, CDSCO, and Rajbanu Sir, Director General, Pharmaxil. Dr. Anand Kumar, Managing Director, Indian Immunologicals Limited. Mr. Deepak Sapra, CEO, API and Services, Dr. Reddy's Labs. And Dr. Sarvesh Singh, Director and CEO, Telangana Life Sciences, Government of Telangana. Welcome, gentlemen. I would now request our Chairman, R. Shivaprasad Reddy, to give the welcome address. Thank you.
Very good morning to all of you. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais. GBC, to make a small walk around of this facility. Whenever you feel like you can request, you can tell us, even though during the lunch hour or after this session, they'll be very happy to explain to you about what are the facilities they have here and how they can support the industry. And they have in fact, rating system like gold, platinum rating for the greening. And I request all of you to consider and go ahead. We are here to support you from CII. And I once again thank the organizers, especially the team of Chakravarti Garu and all the speakers here today, and all the industry leaders, and for making this making use of this opportunity. And I look forward to an engaging and important, impactful day today. So let us be more active and please deliberate on this seminar theme. Thank you once again. Now I request Chakravarti Garu to give the theme address, please.
Very good morning to you all. First of all, sincere thanks from bottom of my heart. Despite all your busy schedules, I know the value of the time each CEO, CXO present here in the audience and on the days as well. It's truly appreciate on behalf of CII Telangana, my chairman, and the Pharma Life Sciences group of CII Telangana, and on my personal behalf, gratitudes. We have today and the days, along with my chairman, Mr. Shivaprasad Reddy, we have Mr. CHAP Rameshwar Garu, who is the Rakshit Group chairman and also the chairman of BDMA National, Mr. Rajbanu Garu, Director General of Pharmaceutical Export Promotion Council of India, one of the very noteworthy councils, which was acclaimed by none other than our Commerce Minister, Mr. Piyush Goyal himself. Dr. Anand Kumar, I think you must, he has just released a recently book, Road to Anand. Very inspiration, brotherly, friend and mentor, and turned around Indian immunological, a quasi-government, whatever you call, but he made it possible. The managing director of Indian Immunological Limited, contributing to the healthcare of humans and animals as well. Mr. Deepak Sapra, very versatile CEO of Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, APIs and Services. And I must specifically mention the presence of Dr. Sarvesh Singh. More importantly, he has taken over as the director and CEO of the most happening state in India, Telangana, the Pharma and Life Sciences. Mr. Sarvesh, thanks for your time. Dr. Narendran, the Deputy Drug Control of India. You know how important Central Drug Standards Authority. Despite all their busy schedules, they are here with us. And thank you all once again. And of course, all my speakers, I'm not naming each and one by name, especially the audience also. Each of you are CXOs in your respective CEOs or CXOs in your respective organizations. And I acknowledge the presence of Sri Srikant Sinha Garu, the MD of Task, Government of Telangana, and a few more senior officers from Government of Telangana also are joining a little late. Good morning, everyone, once again. You know, actually looking around the room, I see the people have quite literally made Hyderabad the pharmacy of the world. We have in the room the who is who of the Indian pharma, whether it is Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, Arbindo, Hetero, and all Bharat Biotech, Indian Immunological. No need to name there's so many companies. You're all representing this in the core of the industry, in the pharmacy of the world. And when we talk about the Telangana Pharma, we are not just talking about a local industry. We are talking about a global lifeline. But as I was driving over to the Green Business Center here this morning, I was thinking about how much our conversations have really changed over a period of time. Well, my friends, 10 years ago, if we had met, we'd be talking about volume, US FDA audits, and scale. Today, the word on everyone's lips is sustainability. People were wondering actually how the transformation has took place. And let's be very honest, for a long time, green was seen as a luxury and, okay, nice to have the sticker on a corporate brochure. But as we stand here on January 30th, 2026, that is today, it's no longer a choice, my dear friends. As my chairman was saying, it is our license to operate. Well, we are in a unique position here in Telangana. From the bustling units in Pashamailaram and Jirimetla to the sophisticated laboratories in Janam Valley and the upcoming Pharma City, we have the entire value chain in our backyard. Telangana has always been a pioneer. We were the first to embrace massive bulk drug infrastructure. Now, we have to be the first to decouple that growth from environmental impact as well, my friends. Well, when the world look at Hyderabad, they should not just see the low-cost manufacturing. They should see high-value, low-impact innovation. The journey has already begun, my dear friends. We are not far away. Only the commitment is required and determination is required from each one in this audience. We have the talent, we have the state support, as we'll hear from Dr. Sarvesh Singh later on, and we certainly have the grit as well. Well, the core theme, we are talking about the green chemistry. Our theme today is building responsible, competitive, and future-ready pharma manufacturing. What does that actually mean for a plant manager or a CEO? It means a green chemistry, and it's not just about treating waste at the end of the pipe, my friends. That's the old way. It's about, in fact, in the session 1, immediately after the coffee break, it's a very important session. A lot of CEOs are coming to deliberate there. Designing the molecule so the waste never exists in the first place at all. Think about our solvent recovery. Think about flow chemistry. These are not just environmental projects, my friends. They are efficiency projects. Every liter of solvent we don't waste, every kilowatt of energy we save in our HVAC systems, and every step we cut out of a synthetic pathway makes us more competitive. In today's global market, the big buyers in Europe and the US are not just asking about your price per kilo, my friends. Those days are gone. They're asking about your carbon per kilo. What they're asking? What's your carbon per kilo? If we do not answer that question today, we lose the market tomorrow. Please mind. And I want to challenge everyone in this audience today. During the coffee breaks or the sessions, don't just look at the technical slides. Ask how. And people like Dr. Origanti are there to answer. Experts in flow chemistry, green manufacturing, and so on. And how can we collaborate on zero liquid discharge? How can we make our supply chain circular? How can we, as a fraternity, share best practices instead of keeping them in silos? I think these are the questions we have to put to each other and extract the answers, the amicable answers, and work upon them in a journey. Sustainability is a team sport, my dear friend. There are a lot of sportsmen in this audience. If one of us figures out a way to reduce carbon footprint of an API, Deepak will be deliberating on that, it lifts the reputation of the entire Telangana Pharma brand, because Telangana is the bulk drug capital of India, and the future, the green manufacturing of India will be Telangana. We have a packed agenda, my dear friends. We'll hear from the legends like Mr. J. Sapra, as I already told, scientific leaders like Mr. Srinivas Oraganti. But the real value of today happens in your minds. Let's move away from the mindset of meeting regulations. We have a highest authority, the All India Deputy Drug Controller, Dr. Narendran is here, and move toward mindset of leading the revolution. Let's make sure that when people talk about green pharma, the first place they think of it, right here in Hyderabad. Let's make it happen. And thank you very much once again for being here. Let's make this a day of real and actionable change. And with that, I request you all to stay tuned. I think these proceedings are also the live telecast. Please share the link to all your pharma fraternity who will get benefited vastly from this huge knowledge sharing platform today. And thank you very much once again. Look forward to the deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Chakravarti Garu, for setting the context. Now may I request C.H. Rameshwarao Garu, National President, Bulk Drugs Manufacturers Association, and Chairman, Rakshit Group of Pharma Companies.
Good morning, everyone. Very glad that CII has organized this seminar. Pharma manufacturing and green chemistry, and they have invited the eminent persons from their industry to share their experience about green chemistry. I'm sure the participants will get benefited from the different sections like decarbonization, circular manufacturing, etc. Telangana is one of the bulk drug hub, important bulk drug hub in the country. Over 250 companies are in the bulk drug manufacturing units in Telangana. Most of them are MSMEs. Large-scale companies already started the implementation of the green chemistry, but in the case of the small sectors, because of the high cost efficiency, they are unable to catch up. So this seminar will help to them to learn certain things and follow the certain guidelines about that. The MSM challenge accept the technology due to the high initial costs, technology gaps. But way of making the MSME also go for the green chemistry, for the provide the shared in infrastructures like establishment of the bulk drug manufacturing parks. So in bulk drug manufacturing, the upgradation of the process is more important to reduce the pollution loads, and same way the solvents recycling is more important because one of the core area to concentrate on that. And if you not improve the reactions from basic stage to the upgradation, the load of pollution going to increase day to day. So always research will be on and try to focus on the remove the hazards. So, okay, the Telangana government, they introduced the policy of renewable energy, encourage the investments. Green energy is there are a provision for open access for the power for the three parties, but cost of deficiency very minimal. The government reduces the transmission charges bulk drug. Okay, one of the important issues is that the bulk drugs have a lot of energy consumptions are there, participation of the electricity, and the policy comes from the government to provide the solar energy and the wind energies. These new inventions come into the force to support the industry. So like this, a lot of modification also required for the bulk drugs to manufacture process development as well as the implementation of the recycling effect. It's solvents recovery earlier use and throw, but today even FDA also approved for the recycling of solvents in an efficient way. So the columns are designed well and they purified up to the required level of purity, and after that they go for the recycling of the same solvent into the process. Earlier it is not there. These all things help to the industry to make into the green chemistry. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now may I request Dr. Narendran, Deputy Drug Controller, India, CDSCO, please.
So good morning to all. First of all, I just thank CSI for inviting CDSCO for this program. So as you are aware, sustainable pharmaceutical manufacturing and green chemistry has emerged. It is also one of the critical requirement in response of increasing environmental concerns and also the regulatory expectations. So there is a need of the resource for efficiency. And green synthesis is an intervention which play a central role in reducing the environmental footprint of pharmaceutical manufacturing. This approach minimizes the use of hazardous chemicals, improving the atom economy, and reducing the solvent, as everyone has highlighted. So as far as regulatory intervention is concerned, as you are aware, every authority has the control on environment, that is FDA, EMA, EU, WHO, ICH, and there are various guidelines in our ICH also, ICH Q8, ICH Q9, ICH Q10, which speaks about the pharmaceutical quality management system and QRM and the pharmaceutical development. So even our schedule M also specifically revised schedule M emphasizes about all these parameters, and including the environmental concerns. So regulators has various challenges. So to challenge this, that is the balancing the environmental goals with the patient safety. Our focus is very important only on patient centric and validating the new green process without compromising the quality, as well as the harmonizing the environmental standard globally. So this is our key challenge. So I request, as sir has highlighted, this is the need of the hour. So everyone should understand the process and also adopt the various guidelines which is framed across globally. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now my request, Mr. Rajabanu, Director General, Pharmaceutical Export Promotional Council of India, to address us, please.
Namaskar. Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Sri Shiva Prasad Reddy ji, Chairman CII Telangana, and of course the handsome convener of CII Telangana, Sri AVPS Chakravarti ji, and the very galaxy of distinguished speakers on the dais, and the August gathering. We have very important personalities from the state government of Telangana, and of course from the industry, from the academia, and my own friends from the alma mater of Andhra University, and of course some of my good family friends like Harnarayan ji and many others. I think thank you so much for being over here and calling me over here. I think the topic which was selected very aptly, the sustainable pharma manufacturing and green chemistry, building responsible, competitive, future-ready pharma manufacturing. I think such a topic very aptly, I think so current, for even for CII. CII also stands, of course, Confederation of Indian Industries and all, and they have selected this such a current topic and all. And last week, and everybody has witnessed what is going on in Davos and what exactly the mood of the World Economic Forum, where people have come all the way from the world and try to deliberate many of those aspects with respect to many aspects, but I think with respect to our environment and sustainability and all those things and all, which really I think will decide the future of many of those industries and other things and all. So, distinguished colleagues and all the good friends over here, I think some of the friends from the industry over here, and it's definitely a privilege to address over here a city which is known for some of these three T's other than Telangana, that is IT, BT, and PT, like information technology, biotechnology, and pharmaceutical technology. And in fact, I have this privilege of grown organically in this city also as from the drug administration for almost like 3 decades, both in Telangana as well as in Andhra Pradesh. So I think I'm not new to the city, or rather city is not new to me. And of course, as you all know that I think as a country, and as I'm the Director General of Pharmaceutical Export Promotion Council of India under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry Government of India, we bring all the greetings from the PharmExcel. And as we all know that the city has earned very aptly the India's life sciences capital also, as rightly mentioned by both Shiva Prasad Reddy ji and Chakravarti ji, and of course the speakers who are coming after me also. And they have setting this particular topic and also this global pace for responsible and future ready manufacturing. And really thank CII, Telangana, and of course the Green Business Center. Looks more blue, of course, but still some part of the green is there. Yeah, I understand that and all. And if you all know that, I think I'll just try to give you not just this particular state, Telangana and all, which has already, in terms of the export growth and all, it is already in the 3rd position in this country after Maharashtra and Gujarat. And of course, we always claim that, of course, almost like 27 to 28% of our exports grow from this particular part of the world. And the industry has rightfully earned its reputation, I think at the cost of repetition by other speakers also. I can say that India is a pharmacy of the world, and its formulation capabilities, cost-effective scalability, and regulatory credibility have positioned it as a global supplier of essential medicines. The pharmaceutical manufacturing ecosystem has catered affordable and accessible quality medicines to multiple geographies across the world. As we all know that I think our USP is the quality, affordability, and of course we have to add some more points to that. One is now the accountability is important, and of course the sustainability is also important for that. So, dear friends, I think we stand at a pivotal inflection point. Can I tell you that in the last fiscal year, though the industries are about 16 billion USD, and our pharmaceutical exports are surged the past around 30 billion, 30.46 in the last year, with a growth of 9.4%, is not just a statistics. Let me tell you, it's a testament to the trust of more than almost like 190 countries or 200 countries where our products goes. And in these 30 billion and all, you know that I think we put some of those 1/3 of our eggs in one basket, that is US, and of course the rest is of course other regulatory regions also. Almost like 60 to 70% goes to both US and Europe and other very regulated markets. In that sense, I think this will the kind of a success which we have gained over this period of time. Behind this success lies a critical vulnerability. Presently, a significant portion of the chemical building blocks which we are talking about required for pharmaceutical manufactured in India is imported. I think we can't deny that. This does create a concern for our supply chain security and potential price fluctuations, which can affect India's commitment to quality and affordable medicines, which we are talking, rather been talking over a period of time. So this import dependence creates structural exposure to global supply shocks, pricing instability, and of course the geopolitical risk which you have been witnessing all these things and all. So I have just gave you the stats and about the kind of industry which we have in this country and the growth. And nowadays you have seen that every other state is now talking about their pharma parks and pharma growth in their states and all. So I think there is the need for new regulatory norms which is coming up. Commitment to sustainability and modernization of current manufacturing capabilities is also being increasingly recognized. So those, in that sense, the emerging technologies like I think the speakers who are coming in the afternoon or even after this particular talk, the flow chemistry, the process intensification platforms, and real-time monitoring systems are both we have, of course, as I said that in the beginning. So the AI and machine learnings, these are some of those important things which will help us, and how these real-time monitoring systems are defining our chemical and pharmaceutical manufacturing can be reimagined for the future. So I'll just take some more time, I think, with the permission of the chair, few more minutes, because this is a topic which we cannot afford to miss, and rather industry also cannot miss, and also the think tanks of the industry also. As I just mentioned about the Davos meetings and other things and all, yesterday I think Chakravarti was also there with us in the Pharmexcel, where the Netherlands team was here, and we can understand that the kind of expectations, rather, what they are looking at is, and all those things and all, it has to be delivered, has to be deliberated, this thing and all. So I can say that the European Union's Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, CBAM, has entered its implementation phase. Since I said that about 60 to 70% are going to US and Europe and other regulatory markets, so access to these global markets is no longer guaranteed by just political alignment or just price alone, or even quality. I think this is what the end product and the quality, that is not. It is now contingent upon our environmental performance. Our buyers in the US and other markets, US, are now mandated to report their Scope 3 emissions. This means that, as rightly mentioned by Chakravarti, that every kilogram of API we export is now scrutinized for its carbon footprint, its water usage, and its and waste profile. So the green chemistry, I think probably Oregon Srinivas ji will also deliberate it today, is definitely our answer to this challenge. I think it is not just an environmental initiative. It is our most potent strategic and commercial enabler, as rightly mentioned by Sivaprasad Reddy ji also. By adopting flow chemistry, which will be deliberated very at length by Srinivas ji, and biocatalysis, we are just greening our plants, we are improving our process economics, we are reducing our waste by up to 90%, we are lowering energy consumption by 50%, and most importantly, we are building the process reliability that global regulators demand. So I think in that sense of deliberations and all, recently on December 29th, we had our AGM, and where I think we have extensively deliberated on that, and we have felt that this emerged global recognition as one of the largest producers of medicines by volume, the sector is now navigating a structural transition towards higher value and more complex products. Our goal for 2030 as a sector and the entire pharma sector is around, say, 130 to 140 billion dollars, and we are at about 60 now. Can we go to that level? Are we on that curve? That is very important things which we have to ponder upon. And this evolution is being shared by rising regulatory expectations, increasing molecular complexity of APIs, and the growing imperative to embed sustainability into the manufacturing systems. And during our recent discussions, as rightly mentioned, that the Pharma Excel brought a renewed focus on the role of green and sustainable chemistry, with particular emphasis on flow chemistry and continuous manufacturing as enablers of consistent quality and long-term competitiveness. I'm sure that Dr. Srinivas ji again will dwell upon this one. He has highlighted how the evolving nature of pharmaceutical products is fundamentally altering the demands placed on manufacturing technology. And as India seeks to sustain growth while transition towards more differentiated and complex offerings, conventional manufacturing approaches are increasingly being tested, not only by the scientific reality, but also by regulatory expectations. So the growth ambitions of Indian pharma are closely tied to shift into a product mix. As we all know that, I think our conventional small molecule generics will continue to play an important role, no doubt about that. A slow but steadily growing nature of our future growth is expected to come from complex generics, especially APIs, specialty APIs, and advanced therapeutic platforms. These products are defined not only by their clinical relevance, but also by the chemical and process challenges they present, as the multiple step synthesis involving multiple chiral centers, fluorinated or halogen-rich molecular frameworks, and highly functionalized intermediates are increasingly becoming commonplace, even at the level of key starting materials. This trend significantly amplifies demands on process control, reproducibility, and quality assurance. Dear friends, Pharma Excel noted the growing emphasis on targeted therapies and patient-centric formulations further increase the need of a robust development and manufacturing platforms capable of supporting precision and stability. The traditional batch manufacturing, which we all know that has served the industry very well for several decades, all these 5-6 decades, I have shown the growth of it, like when we have seen the export growth from 2004 to till now, is increasingly strained under these conditions. And these batch processes are inherently discontinuous and labor and resource intensive and prone to batch variability. In an environment where regulators are placing greater emphasis on CPP, CQS, and life cycle control strategies, variability is no longer a tolerance inefficiency, but a material risk. The cost of a failed API batch, factoring in wasted raw material, production downtime, investigations, potential recalls, and compliance implications can be substantial, particularly for high-value and structurally complex APIs or products. The economic and compliance burden associated with failed batches is becoming increasingly difficult to absorb as global standards continue to tighten. It is well within this context that flow chemistry, the green chemistry, and continuous manufacturing process are gained renewed relevance. By operating reactions in controlled and continuous environments, the flow systems offer superior heat and mass transfer, improved safety and hazardous transformations, and tighter control over reaction conditions. These advantages translate directly into higher reproducibility and more consistent product quality.
Sustainability was sitting in CSR reports, somewhere in annual reports, tucked away. Nobody used to look at it. Today, the way I see it, it's related to not just regulatory approvals, not just customer audits, not just cost structures, not just your valuation multiples. It's actually a source of strategic advantage for you. And that is something I want to talk about in the next few minutes in terms of how we can convert this from being a good to have compliance related thing to a source of strategic advantage which impacts the health of the planet, the health of the individuals, and the health of your business. So there are three topics that are being spoken about today. One is on green chemistry, the other is on decarbonization, and the third is on circular manufacturing. If I just take a minute on each of these, on green chemistry, I think the starting question for each of us, and many of us here are from the API industry, the starting question is, why does this molecule need so many steps? Why does it need to be this much? Why can't it be this much? And as you look at that starting question, there are examples, and I have Srinivas here who has been instrumental in driving some of those where we've been able to see demonstration that the number of reaction steps have significantly reduced. The impurity load has come down. The shorter cycle times are there for all to see. And we see a much higher reactor throughput. So something which is very real on the ground is a demonstration of green chemistry in action, not just for compliance, but actually science in motion. It's not just about doing less harm to the environment. It's about doing better science so that you can be a company with a source of strategic advantage. The impact is there for everyone. If you look at the company, the impact is on margins. The impact is on speed. If you look at an investor, the investor will look at the structural benefit of lower cost of goods. The investor will look at faster scale-ups and therefore your ability to get to wherever the investor wants you to get to. If you look at a buyer, you're talking of cleaner DMFs, you're talking of better impurity profiles. If you look at a regulator, and we have the regulator sitting here, regulators from all parts of the world, you see much faster approval times, much simpler pathways to grant approvals. So that's on green chemistry, the way I see impact across the spectrum of stakeholders. Then when I come to decarbonization, and I do want to share that in Dr. Reddy's, we've had the huge experience of being on a journey of decarbonization to be completely carbon neutral by 2030. We are well on our path. We were expected to be close to 55% by the end of 2025. We are currently at about 63%. So we're trending ahead of time, and hopefully we will be completely carbon neutral in operations by 2030. Now, in this experience of moving towards carbon neutrality, the biggest learning for me is that the real energy waste is structural. It's not technology. So most companies focus on solar and green power. It's a very important thing. But the real inefficiencies, as were mentioned by Raja Manu Garu, also by Chakravarti Garu, the real inefficiencies are perhaps somewhere else in your day-to-day life, in your over-specified HVAC systems, in your steam design, in your batch processes running at historical settings which nobody ever bothered to change. If you just look around your ecosystem, wherever you are, you can find tremendous opportunity to redesign very simple things like airflow systems, very simple things like heat recovery, which can give you more than 20-25% energy savings. The carbon footprint is linked to operational discipline. And I think the more operationally disciplined you are, the better your carbon footprint and the more competitive advantage you carry as an organization. Coming to circular manufacturing, I think this is where I believe cash and compliance come together and converge in a very synergistic way. How? Because it works when the whole thing is engineering-led and not a slogan-led. Solvent recovery, fresh solvent volatility is always a risk. If you can recover 85-90% of your solvents, which many of us are doing, I think it creates a tremendous advantage. Similarly, water, zero liquid discharge was spoken about by Anand Garu. I think ZLD is not just about the environment. I think it's about operational continuity. It's about operating in a world seamlessly where water will become a challenge much bigger than what we have seen in the past. Similarly, flow chemistry. Srinivas, my friend, has been instrumental in generating processes which use flow chemistry, safer, greener, better heat control, doing steps which are hazardous in a flow cycle which cannot be done in a batch. Those are things which we have experienced here, and again, something which immensely benefits the investors because it looks at lower raw material volatility, better continuity, as well as buyers. Finally, I do want to give you a market reality check. by dealing with companies around the world, dealing with regulators around the world, customers have started to calculate phase 3 emissions in a very significant way. Everybody who's a manufacturer is a contributor to somebody's phase 3. And you have your own set of phase 3 as well. So calculating the carbon per kg of API, calculating the solvent toxicity, calculating the waste generated per batch. I think these are very important metrics that each of us will have to look at in a manner that it creates sustainable advantage for us. Again, investors will look at it for valuation multiples, buyers will look at it for supplier pre-qualification for long-term contracts. Regulators such as the Indian regulator, CDSCO, FDA, EMA, will look at it for traceability, for cleaner impurity profiles. And that is how I think the entire ecosystem will benefit. In the end, this is about Telangana, and I too want to say that we're all very proud to be a part of the ecosystem here in Hyderabad and Telangana, where we are really in with a chance, in with an opportunity to lead the world in a manner that has not been seen before. This opportunity is to be not just the largest pharma manufacturer, the largest pharma hub, but also to be the most trusted and the most future-ready pharma hub in the world. The takeaways for me is that first, treat green chemistry as R&D strategy and not just as EHS compliance. That's the one big takeaway that I see. The second big takeaway is that when we look at decarbonization, when we look at all the other parameters, you measure what matters. Measure the per unit of product, the carbon per unit of product, the solvent intensity per unit of product, the water intensity per unit of product. So measure what matters. And third, to collaborate at scale. I think if people around this room collaborate at scale, from shared solvent recoveries, from common flow chemistry pilots, from joint skill development, I think there's a tremendous opportunity for us here in Hyderabad and Telangana, and also in India, to look at India being the world-class pharma cluster that is going to lead the pharma industry of the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Sarvesh Singh, Director and CEO Telangana Life Sciences, Government of Telangana, please.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in August gathering of so many people from the industry, researchers, innovators, and policy makers. And I would also like to thank the organizers of this event, because this is a very right time to discuss on sustainable pharma manufacturing and green energy. Because if you look few years back, this was something which people were thinking is something to be discussed in future. But now this topic is here and now, right? And I could see a great mix of people here in on the stage as well as in the audience to deliberate on this particular topic. And if you look today around the world, regulators, it's not only regulators, but even investors and customers, they are asking three important questions, right? They are asking that how clean are our processes? They are asking how responsible are our supply chains? And they are asking how future ready is our manufacturing? So as some of the speakers has already said that earlier this sustainability was more of a CSR initiative, but now it has become a boardroom agenda. And for Telangana, I think this is a very relevant theme and topic, because as we all know that Telangana manufactures 40% of overall Indian pharmaceutical products. We export almost 1/3 of global vaccines. So there's a lot of manufacturing happening here in Telangana. And that is where government is trying its best to create integrated ecosystems. So they have created Genome Valley Medical Devices Park. Now we are coming up with Future City and Pharma Villages, because idea is to bring all green companies at one place, orange and red at other place, and also make sure that there are logistics in and around the manufacturing sites, so that there is less and less energy consumption happening whenever we are shipping products from here and there. And if we talk about green chemistry, it's not just about sustainability, but this is also a competitive advantage, because when we say green chemistry, it does not talk only about how sustainable our processes are, but it also talks of how cost efficient we are in the long run. It also talks of that how safer our manufacturing practices are for our employees and for our communities. It also talks of faster regulatory approvals, and it also talks of how preferred we are by our global customers. So I think a future winner in pharma will not be the one which is having the most cost efficient process, but future winner will be the one which is having the most clean pharma manufacturing process, because sustainability and these practices which we are speaking of today, they will become part and parcel of the way we will be doing manufacturing in the future. And I think all of us know that this particular thing cannot be achieved alone by the industry, and at the same time it cannot be achieved alone by the government. So it's very important that all of us get together on this journey, and all of us basically try to bring an ecosystem approach and get out of this mindset that sustainability and this sustainable manufacturing can be done in silos. And in Telangana, I think our focus is very clear. We are focusing on 4 things. One is on the policy support. So we unveiled our life sciences policy in World Economic Forum Davos last week. We are also focusing on world-class infrastructure. We are looking at innovation and R&D enablement. We are also looking at skill development. So we are very clear that how we can make sure that government provides all the support which industry needs as we get onto this journey. And I think sustainable manufacturing is India's chance to move from volume leadership to value leadership. As we have seen that if you look several decades back, Japan was seen as something which will produce low-cost, high-volume products, right? Later on, they moved up the value chain. China got into that place, right? So people said when we were children, our parents used to say, hey, this is Chinese product. Cost is low, but quality is not guaranteed. But now you see it is a game changer, right? If you look into, especially in life sciences, there is not any therapeutic area where you will not see some R&D happening in China. There is not anything in electronics where they are not doing something top-notch, right? So they have moved up the value chain. And I think for India and especially for Telangana, this is a great opportunity to move up from volume game to value game. And I think in all the conferences I have been, I have heard very clearly from the government that Telangana stands ready to partner with every innovator who believes in responsible growth. So with this, I would like to close, and I wish all the best for the rest of the seminar today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sarvesh Singh Garu. Before closing this session, may I request our Vice Chairman, CII Telangana, and Vice Chairman, Race Sustainability Limited, Mr. Gautam Reddy Garu, to say a few words. And I also thank the sponsors of this event.
Respected members on the dais, all the friends here from the industry, thank you all very much for being here and being part of the CII event. You have heard very good things already from very eminent speakers. Summarily, if you look at sustainability, is about ensuring that the next generation's rights on this earth are protected while not compromising our life. This is the simple substance, sum and substance of sustainability. And in a pharma industry or in any industry, it will simply boil down to taking care of water, air, solid materials, looking at alternate fuels, looking at alternate materials, recycling as much as possible, recovering as much as possible, which is basically looking at ensuring that the next generation's raw materials are protected and the next generation's rights and environment are protected. And that's what you have heard in multiple words, whether it is in terms of solvent recycling, whether it's in terms of zero liquid discharge, whether it's in terms of green chemistry. All of these are very good words to define how sustainability should be looked at. And I'm sure through the deliberations today, we'll hear a lot more technical and insights into some of these processes and systems, and that will give insights to exchange the industry knowledge and ensure better world for the next generation. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir. Now we'll go for a coffee break. Rejoin at 11:30, please.
Sorry, I was late.
Thank you very much once again, my dear learned friends from the Pharma fraternity, academia, and regulatory. Today, it's a great day. It's the topic is dry, but it's eternal, and it's the future of the industry. So once again, thank you very much for your valuable time, and not wasting much time. We go to the next important session. There is a special address by our dear friend, very learned in this organization, Dr. Reddy's Institute of Life Sciences is the director, Mr. Srinivas Origanti. Dr. Srinivas leads the initiatives focused on advancing sustainable chemistry, regulatory science, and industry-academia collaborations. With extensive experience across pharmaceutical research, manufacturing, and compliance, has played a key role in promoting green chemistry, process safety, and responsible innovation within the life sciences sector. Under his leadership, Dr. Reddy's Institute of Life Sciences has emerged as a platform for capability building, applied research, and knowledge sharing aimed at strengthening sustainable and compliant pharmaceutical manufacturing. Fresh from the heels of moderating a CEO session in recent Telangana Rising Global Summit, Dr. Srinivas Oruganti is very, very high proficient, highly knowledgeable in this field. I know him for the last couple of decades. I'm so happy that he has obliged our request to deliver an elaborate presentation today, which is the core of the today's theme, green and sustainable chemistry, design, development, and manufacturing. Over to you, Dr. Srinivas.
Thank you, Chakravarti Garu. It is truly a privilege to be a part of this CII seminar on green and sustainable manufacturing. Chakravarti Garu was ideating on this very important meeting, and I had the opportunity to share some thoughts. And it was his suggestion that we put a kind of a context about how do you make green and sustainable chemistry a very simple and adaptable approach. How do you demystify the entire aspects and science? I think today's inaugural session, we have had the opportunity to listen to all the esteemed stalwarts on the dais. It was one of the extremely inspiring sessions I've ever attended. And I think there is a lot of future for us going forward on this. So let me start with this, thinking green. Green is not just a color, it's more like a commitment to sustainability, and green and sustainable manufacturing refers to designing, producing, delivering products that basically minimize the environmental impact and conserve the resources and still be economically viable. 10 years ago, as was mentioned by Chakravarti Garu and Rajmanu Garu, it was not possible to really conceptualize how do you really go into the path of green and sustainable chemistry, because a lot of things were not known. But science has evolved in the last 10 years, in the decade, where we have seen some profound improvements in the way circular processes and recycling have been adopted in other industries, including petrochemical industry, carbon capture, sequestration, use of green solvents. How does one use the green carbon, which is actually coming from a renewable source, have valorization of biorefineries, and most importantly, tie it up to the ethics and economic sustainability. I think a lot of these things have improved. So time has come for us to be able to see how do we evolve and adapt it to the pharmaceutical industry. I'm a chemist, so I'll have to start with a periodic table. And as you can see, a lot of elements there. But there's one element perhaps which is the most important, which is not part of the periodic table, is called SU for sustainability. That's an element that we all would like to follow. Interestingly, we have heard about endangered animals, but I can tell you today that a lot of metals which are there in the periodic table are also called endangered metals, because there is only a finite quantity and some of them are really being consumed at a rate which may not be leaving anything for tomorrow's future. This is something that many of us have studied, and it has been taught in the industry and academia. There are 12 principles of green chemistry. The papyrus is a bit symbolic here. Looks very old, but it's equally fragile. We'll have to use this 12 principles of green chemistry, which was given by a very eminent scientist, Paul Ennestres. And what is probably not known is there are also 12 principles of green engineering, which actually kind of show the entire pathway about how does one look at more green and sustainable process, like starting from prevention, atom economy, using safer substances, trying to look at avoiding unwanted protection, deprotection chemistries, and at the same time following safer chemistry, and similarly on the green engineering. While we have not per se focused on green chemistry or green engineering, it is something that the Indian industry and even at the global perspective has actually been doing it. What is very important is to have an economically viable process, environmentally responsible, and eventually an efficient process. We essentially work on certain chemistry criteria where we look into a linear synthesis versus a convergent synthesis. A convergent synthesis has been clearly shown to have a better efficiency in terms of the material consumption, and then using wherever possible a catalytic step rather than a stoichiometric reagent, which will also reduce the amount of reagents that we are using. Try to look at the reduction of steps, which, as Mr. Deepak Sapra mentioned, a synthesis that can be done in 3 steps versus 12 steps, there is going to be a profound impact on consumption of materials, uses, solvents, water, workup, whatnot. all the reactions have to be scalable. So looking at this simplified chemistry criteria, more or less we have been trying to look at the essence of green chemistry principles and at the same time in the engineering. But what is more important is as we look into a very ambitious targets, these metrics are needed to convert the sustainability intent into a more actionable, well-thought design. This is something that is one of my slides. I keep repeating it in many of my talks, but gone are the days where big is always better. The focus from big is better, so we are great, is slowly changing into small, modular, compact systems where per square inch you are able to produce a more effect or for a certain volume, you are able to produce the product much more effectively. So there is a lot of kind of general understanding that if you make smaller reactor systems, smaller footprint, it is going to be a very effective way to eventually look at the processes from a sustainability angle. I will come to this a little while from now. So we are a very dominant pharmaceutical industry. We are one of the global suppliers. But if I look at tomorrow's drugs, tomorrow's generics, so looking at a kind of a data, as you can see here, this covers essentially close to 10 years of the approvals, small molecule approvals by FDA. Close to 27% contain fluorines, one or more than one fluorine. And then close to 44% contain chiral centers, more than one or two chiral centers. Now look at, and then there are a cluster of compounds which contain fluorines and chiral centers. Essentially, the complexity of the products that we want to manufacture today, tomorrow, and even in the next 15 years will have a very strong complexity gradient. And now when we are trying to improve and make processes greener and sustainable on one side, other side, the target is shifting, right? You're looking at a much more complex spectrum. So trying to achieve green, sustainable ways to manufacture complex products is a mantra that we have to make sure that we follow for the future. This is something that has also been covered by many of the global groups, a beautiful review in a journal called Organic Chemistry, Journal of Organic Chemistry. The molecular complexity is a driver for chemical process innovation. And I think Hyderabad has, and Telangana in particular, and if you expand it to India, has a huge chemistry pool. There's a lot of chemistry talent. Our ability to engineer, design processes, looking at any stiff, complex target makes it a very competitive opportunity for us. And I think that if we can do it in a sustainable manner, there is nothing like it. So we should not look at this molecular complexity as more as a deterrent, but more as an opportunity to showcase ourselves and be ahead of other countries as well. Now, coming back to the metrics, I think this is a very important. Now, there have been two kinds of metrics. One metric is used based on the materials. It's a mass-based criteria where we look into the material consumption. The other kind of metrics are more on the impact. We are looking at hazard, we are looking at toxicity, the environmental impact, we are looking into the life cycle analysis. It's more of an impact-based metrics. So if you see the key process metrics, percentage yield is something that we have always been looking into, but there's something called atom economy where we look into what is the amount of number of the overall molecular weight of the product divided by the molecular weight of all the reagents that you have used, the starting metals that you have used. This was something that was coined by Professor Barry Trost from Stanford. I had an opportunity to meet him a few years before COVID. And then people have again come up with something called E factor, which talks about the waste that is being generated, again by a British chemist called Roger Sheldon, which talks about waste. So ideally, if you can generate zero waste, it's an ideal process, but the waste leads to all the solvents, reagents that go into producing 1 kilo of the product. Then there are other aspects like solvent intensity, process mass intensity, reaction mass efficiency. I would like to, there are multiple concepts, right? Most of us who wear a kind of a digital watch to tell us the health metrics, what is the heartbeat, what is the number of steps, what is the saturation levels. So please look at these metrics as a way to tell whether the process is healthy. And they do shed a lot of information, but I wanted to draw your attention to the process mass intensity, which has been termed by the global pharmaceutical multinationals under the ACS Green Chemistry Roundtable as a very suitable metric to describe the performance or even the sustainability, the efficiency of the entire process. So this is something that has come up. I'll go into some more details. But what is also important is the qualitative aspects. looking into the hazard categorization, the solvent greenness category, whether there are chlorinated solvents which cannot be environmentally acceptable when they will have to. Even the recycling could be a bit tricky. And there is also the concept of the 3 carbons: the green carbon, the blue carbon, and the green carbon. The black carbon comes from the petrochemical. Ideally, we should move away from the black carbon and move into more renewable sources like green. So these are the quantitative, qualitative aspects which give a very good indication about the efficiency of a process. And then during the later part of the proceedings, we'll be talking, I think, a debate on the carbon intensity and also the energy aspects of how industry uses as a part of producing these pharmaceuticals and intermediates. What I wanted to also mention is we should see metrics as design signals and not just reports, because we'll have to have metrics which are easily interpretable, and we can nail down some of the causative factors that are essentially making sure that we are not really moving in the right direction. So I think there is a movement from a decision stage. We look at the metrics and the metric signal, and then have an actionable plan as a part of the decision outcome to be able to make the right transformation. When I was looking into this, I saw that the UNEP, which is the environmental program from the United Nations, has also done a kind of a discussion on the 2030 goals, where more than 100 stakeholders from various chemical industry, including pharma and other chemical industries within the Europe and elsewhere, they were consulted and to set up the goals. But then they also wanted, okay, how do we reach a path to these goals? So these were the 10 kind of potential objectives that were mentioned. And if you see here, the chemical hazard, minimize the chemical hazard, looking into regrettable substitutions, avoiding them, looking into sustainable sourcing, and also the production processes. So these were the essential objectives that were given, and each one of them can have a very clear path as to how we can achieve it. What is important, I think it was already mentioned in the inaugural session, and sustainability essentially starts with the design thinking. How do we make a design to an impact? And how do we essentially choose the processes where we can eventually visualize the impact in a very accurate manner? So the point I wanted to highlight is we can't re-engineer the sustainability. We cannot. It's not a kind of a course correction that happens during the course of our activities, because it's a cascade of design choices. And as you can see from a domino effect, if it is not done right from a design perspective, this will have a cascading impact, and there are points at which we cannot do a kind of a course correction anymore. What is interesting is this is something that kind of echoed by all the major regulatory agencies like FDA and EMA, and these are some statements that I've taken to see that regulatory agencies are really positive about kind of encouraging the industry to make a transition into green and sustainable manufacturing. But we will come to, okay, what exactly defines the elements of green and sustainable manufacturing in a language that is easy to comprehend. But if you see FDA and EMA, they are increasingly focused on life cycle thinking and material efficiency. They have also mentioned that the ICH Q11 guidelines, which talk about the processes and batch manufacturing, both for chemical as well as biological-based therapeutics, there is a lot of kind of emphasis on aligning with certain guidelines, which will render the processes as more green and sustainable. One of the things which is very interesting, I want to read it out for you, is the design of the manufacturing process should include the appropriate selection of raw materials, reagents, solvents, and then there should be sufficient controls to make sure that the quality is always consistent of the target level with minimal environmental impact. I think the last bit is both something that we need to control, but also is contingent upon how we choose the reagents that go into a given process. So it's a kind of a loop back effect that happens here. But this is something that we have. And during my discussion with Chakravarti Garu before this seminar, he said he has actually witnessed during the conversations with many in many of the forums that the global buyers expect reagent transparency, supply chain traceability, and process robustness. There's a lot of emphasis on eventually, putting a process as a qualified green and sustainable way of manufacturing that. If you look into the advanced pharmaceutical manufacturing in a simple formula, easy to understand, it's nothing but good chemistry, good process engineering, plus QBD and quality by control. There are different elements of all this which are illustrated in the slide, starting from benign solvents and others. But what is important here is this advanced pharmaceutical manufacturing has two aspects. For existing pharma, where we are already producing intermediates, APIs, there is a need to review the current processes and see how does one green them or improve them to kind of rise up the ladder. It's an incremental innovation. Very carefully, strategically make those changes which can convert the existing processes into hazard-free, more safe, bringing in the right substitutions and looking at it. But then there's, on the other side, there is also this new products, essentially when the CDMOs are leading much of it. There is a need to get the DNA right, DNA to RNA to protein. So if you get the right DNA in the right template, the future processes may not require too much of interventions to revisit them from a sustainability perspective. I think there is a clear opportunity, both pharma and also the subsector of CDMO, to operate. And looking at all these things, it's all about boiling down to the right chemistry template, route of synthesis, putting the right process engineering, QBD, QBC. Today, in fact, Rajmanu Garu has mentioned about the flow chemistry initiatives that we have been doing, and so with support from Dr. Reddy's, Loris, many other companies, and Pharma Excel has supported a lot of training programs. The good process engineering is something I wanted to just bring it to your attention very briefly. I think gone are the days where we have a few reactors with which we have to live and manufacture. There are a lot of innovative reactor designs, continuous manufacturing, flow chemical-based systems offer a lot of advantage. You can perform really hazardous chemistry faster, safer. We can do a lot of challenging transformations which were otherwise not done by us so far, where we imported from the neighboring country. We can also look at a very consistent product quality and a smaller footprint. Of course, the real estate in India is generally increasing, so the footprint also seems to have an economic aspect in terms of thing. But flow chemistry is now a fairly mature way of doing a lot of reactions. Many times we import materials, starting materials, because we cannot translate those chemistries in our premises because of a hazard factor. But it is possible to do certain reactions which are otherwise not difficult to manage, but on a smaller footprint. You can fluorinations, or for that matter, halogenations, nitrations. These are things that have always kept us a little bit on the defensive, and we can actually do it in a very effective manner and at a smaller footprints, because the risk of something going wrong is minimal, and with the right controls, this can be achieved. While today I'm not really going into the details of flow chemistry, but it is not a standalone element. Flow chemistry, continuous manufacturing, essentially brings improved heat transfer. We can handle hazardous reagents. We can reproducibly use, because there is a less human component. It's less a human variability about additions, dosing, mixing, right? These are more automated, and that makes it much more consistent. And if we know, we can achieve reactions even in a thin window of conditions by reproducing it consistently. But what is equally important is there are other elements which need to support eventually in harnessing the entire potential. That is in terms of looking at sensors, process analytical technology, which is needed both to make sure that our process health is going well, but bring in the quality by QBC, the control-based approaches, and looking into also many other parameters, because usually in the lab we have the reactions from breakfast to lunch, lunch to dinner, dinner to the next day breakfast. But what actually happens every second, every minute is something that we tend to miss. There's a lot of data that is getting accumulated during the course of these reactions. The tools will also help us to log a lot of data, which can retrospectively tell us what might have gone wrong and bring in those process robustness. At the same time, it doesn't mean that everything has to happen in flow. I think hybrid is the right word. There is a clear need to also modernize the current batch reactor systems. We can bring in the precision dosing, we can look at different PAT tools, we can look at automated feeds, and a lot of data can be generated with our existing batch systems, so that we kind of improve the overall efficiency and including the throughput. All this is now not difficult to imagine, because we have a lot of this AI, machine learning, digital tools that are already available, which can be integrated easily. One simple thing is, even with a smart batch reactor, be it on the fermentation, the concept of digital twins to actually understand the entire process and then look into the reproducibility or any variation or out of specification that's happening in certain batches is being understood well in order to control it more effectively. So looking at, I think there are 4 elements. There could be more, but largely fitting these 4 pillars: flow chemistry, process analytical technology, smarter batch, and using the right digital tools. Almost everything is available now, and this is also kind of getting churned out at a very fast pace. If you can integrate these elements, I think it's going to be not only advanced pharmaceutical manufacturing, we can add the suffix of sustainable to it. This is how some of the reactor systems are looking at, both in the lab and at the manufacturing. And these can produce tons in an easy capacity, and you can tune the throughput whether you want tons a day or half a ton a day, or you want to even improve it. I think we have had people here in this audience who have seen some similar systems in China, where you have a multi-storied based production facilities. But what is important is integration of all of this. Essentially here we are looking at it in creating a sustainability impact. And this can be measured in simple terms. We look at reduced solvent usage. We're looking at reduced energy demand per kilo or per ton of what we want to produce. Eventually looking into the lower waste, which also means that lower recycling and reducing the E factor. And at the same time, this also brings in an on-demand production capability, which is equally important. A lot of the Western countries are looking at kind of onshoring their capabilities. And when they look at onshoring some of the capabilities to make APIs within their own premises post-COVID, this is something that has happened. They did not want to go back to the batch processes. They wanted to adapt the most, within quotes, a perfect, smart way of manufacturing it. So I think it's something that is also equally important as we look at the entire transition. Now comes some specifics. Again, I'm just kind of trying to put the path of how does one look into green and sustainable manufacturing and look into a language that we can easily talk and make it happen. Selection of materials eventually up to the LCA, life cycle assessment. Reagent selection is extremely important. Solvent selection is extremely important. So there have been some guidelines. If we look into the ACS Green Chemistry Roundtable and the Institute, in this Venn diagram, you can see reagents that are typically used for a given reaction. You can look at reagents which can offer a high degree of scalability, but then there are reagents which are also very green. But unfortunately, every green reagent may not be scalable, may not be employable in a wide utility. We'll have to make a judicious choice. I think that's where our intelligence comes in choosing the right reagent in this particular framework to be able to do a particular transformation. Without naming a specific example, a low-cost reagent might offer a reduction reaction or an oxidation reaction, but the real encumbrance of the problem comes more in doing the workup and disposing the material. The reaction looks good, but the work that happens post the reaction is something that none of us show. Both academics and sometimes even in industry, we don't really talk about it. But I think it's a more comprehensive way of looking at it. And it's a core value where we look at a sustainable reagent and a transformation. There is also a guideline that a reagent should work ideally under ambient conditions, ambient temperature. So if you are kind of using the cryo or if you're going to higher temperatures, there is an energy component which unfortunately reflects again. Last but not the least, yields are extremely important. Even if you have a green reagent and a low yield, the effective outcome is no longer green. This is where during a discussion that we have had with few companies and academics, we wanted to understand what are the basic ingredients, building blocks in a chemical process. So we have decided as three things: reagent, solvent, and metal. So if you can actually know which reagent we are using, how does it get consumed, and what happens to the reagent post-reaction, and then what are the solvents and what are the metals, because metals cannot be incinerated. Some of the metals will still remain. And all of them will contribute to a unique kind of waste, and how do we treat it? So at this point of time, I think we were looking at material utilization as an important element, as a prequel to waste management. How does we make it effective? And at the same time, if there are certain reagents and solvents or conditions that cannot be handled in a batch process due to a risk factor, if it can be done in flow, it still offers you to choose the best chemistry. As I always say, you have a flask in one hand and you have a tube in the other hand. Both are your own gadgets. You want to choose which one to use and go about it. So the reagents and solvents and metals, RSM, I think plays a very simplified thinking. And if you can work on a greener, more comfortable, more acceptable criteria. Now there are publications that are in the public domain. What is a green solvent? How you can substitute an existing chlorinated solvent with a more greener equivalent. All these guidelines are there. And it's easy to make a kind of a switch and re-experiment and redevelop the process. This all eventually comes down to the concept of waste management practices. And if you see the hierarchy of waste management, disposal, treatment, recycling, source reduction, elimination is actually the most ideal concept. If you can completely remove the concept of waste, I think that's a philosophy, even if we cannot achieve, it should be our first priority about how do we eliminate waste, how do we recycle, how do we kind of dispose. I think it should be something that is probably not something that should dominate 2026 to maybe Viksit Bharat. We have to look at newer ways, and if something doesn't exist, challenge the next generation scientists in creating a reagent which might fit the expectations. So there is a lot of innovation stimulus that can happen driven by industry. At this point, actually, just before COVID started, we had the opportunity to host a meeting of few academics who are the who's who in the global context. They call themselves as chemists for sustainability. You can see Professor Govardhan Mehta, who was earlier the Vice Chancellor of University and also the Director of IISc Bangalore. He is one of the globally well-recognized organic chemists. Then we have Professor Stephen Matlin from Imperial, Professor Ellen Krief from Belgium. So they essentially have written some really thought-provoking and thought leadership in articles about the concept of sustainability. The fact is, as we stand today, as Anand Garu mentioned this morning, the climatic change is because we have already breached many planetary boundaries. We are going into a state of irreversibility. I think now if we do sustainable chemistry, we might sustain the momentum. I think looking into the reversibility is something that may not happen in the near future. So there is one statement I wanted to read it out for you, which kind of takes this hierarchy of waste management practice. I think very, very thought-provoking. Waste does not exist. There is only post-trash. We need to stop thinking of any materials as being waste, and the very concept of waste matter should disappear. It's a kind of an inspiring statement. It will essentially if you look at every reagent, solvent, metal, it kind of helps us to do. All this essentially builds into this complicated looking dashboards called LCA methodology dashboards, which are now available. This is particularly something that I've worked with a very bright scientist who is now the director of CSR NIRI, Dr. Venkat Mohan, when we were looking into building a concept called material circularity index, where we look into circularity of every reagent and then bring it into this LCA. So this is something that he has developed, which is, and now he has evolved it, which is which can be implemented by the Indian industry to look into the entire LCA methodology. The whole point here is we are going from the scope of the definition, looking into the inventory, the process, the waste stream, and at the same time whether we can rebuild it. I think there are many other tools which are commercially available, but it is time to implement. Again, as I said, this is more like an Apple Watch that one might wear to know whether we are healthy enough. And you don't get nervous by the readings, but try to use the readings to your advantage and take the corrective steps. I think that's the whole purpose of, not to scare us away, but as I see, I think a lot of good progress has happened. There's no denying. A lot of transition into biomanufacturing, BioE3, which is a flagship DBT initiative, where we're trying to manufacture using a cell and not a flask. I mean, this is truly a thing. But integration of the right biocatalysis, flow chemistry, and many other technologies is really going to make a big difference. And what is interesting about continuous manufacturing is, except for vitamin D3 synthesis and few other limited products, which I can count on my fingertips, we don't use light for doing reactions. That is because it is not possible to irradiate with the same efficiency, intensity, large volume reactors. But in a flow-based setup, you can use light as a reagent. We are able to use now electrochemistry as a reagent. I'm happy to share that in India, 500 kilometers away, electrochemical processes for production at a large volume is already happening. So we're using current as a reagent. We are looking into biocatalysis in flow. We are looking into mechanochemistry, which might ideally say that we don't need a solvent to do a transformation. So the science is emerging at a very big pace. But what I want to really say, the industry is the pull factor. The more the industry absorbs, the more innovation will become more meaningful. And I think the initiative voluntarily to experiment with some of this newer science is something that I think would be an important aspect as one of the elements of the symposium seminar. towards the end, I think the concept of carbon neutral, very important. We have discussion, I think, on SBTi targets and carbon emissions and all. But the thinking is now looking at moving beyond the carbon neutral strategy, looking into a circular economy based approach where carbon neutral is one step to know whether we have reached it, but we'll have to move beyond it to be energy efficient and to bring in all the elements. This is something, of course, I've borrowed it from a European Union 2050 target where they're looking at their own goals. But a similar kind of goals can be crafted. Again, we have all the leadership here. Maybe Chakravarti Garu could also support in taking this leadership and creating our own equivalent of a round table right here in Hyderabad, maybe with CII, Pharma, we have all the leaders. Rameshwar Garu is there. And create our own set of easily adaptable, take the learnings forward and go and move from a carbon neutral to a circular economy. So with that, today I wanted to kind of say that the language of sustainability is very easy. It's not complex. You just need to look at what are the letters in the alphabet and how do you make your own words, and then we can do write the poetry. But a word of caution. Chemistry is a double-edged sword. There is a risk. The chemistry can also lead to danger, pollution. It can also be the source. So with that, I wanted to put a kind of a thing that it's a core science that can either nurture or it can disrupt sustainability. It's a question of how do we wield it and use engineering, use leadership, inspiration, and commitment and intent. I think this is what I wanted to kind of share. Hopefully, 2 years from today, we will be talking some absolute specifics about moving from carbon neutral to sustainability. Again, I thank Chakravarti Garu, CII, for this opportunity. Wanted to share. I think this is something that everybody knows, but putting it in a kind of a format which tries to make it a simple, easy to grasp kind of scenario. Again, thank you so much.
You sowed the seeds. Thank you, sir. So, I can't thank enough Dr. Origanti Srinivas for his time, and actually he deferred his schedule. Actually, he was to travel to other place to take part in a very important event. But when we said even these dates he deferred, and I came. But to summarize his eloquent presentation on this, I'm not the right authority. Maybe I will request one of you to talk 1 minute. Maybe Dinesh, you can come. Dinesh is Director Operations Epitora, Aurobindo Pharma. Say a few words what you heard about to summarize on that.
First of all, thanks Srinivas Garu. Really, it's as you said, like it's a very complex topic. But what you had done it, you brought out it in a very simplified manner, right from the start of selections to the till end. And you said very rightly, it's like chemistry is a double sword like this. So it can be how do you utilize, that's very, very important. And as the next level, what is said, very important. The last line I really liked very much. From here onwards, after 2 years, really we want to see some results. See, most of the time now, this what we are discussing, this flow chemistry or all, it's going like so, although it started like maybe around 15-20 years. But still, how much really it has been effectively utilized in the industry? It has been not so seen so far. Okay, at least in India, maybe abroad, yes, definitely seen. So one important thing is that unless until an industry pulls out it, they contribute it, they bring it out that it's equally important, not only for the business point of view, but also for long term with respect to your environment, with respect to your future generation, then it gives the right output. So thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Dinesh, for the timely comments, and it's a fitting tribute to Dr. Origanti Srinivas for his initiatives. I think this collaboration goes along, as you already mentioned, sir, and thanks once again for that. Without much ado, I think we are going into the session of the day. I can say the decarbonizing pharma manufacturing, which is very vital. Today, I have luminaries to dwell upon this very important topic, right from Mr. Venkatnarayan V, Vice President, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. His experience varied from manufacturing, digital transformation, quality, more than almost 3 decades of experience. He's going to moderate this great session. Welcome, Venkat. And then Mr. Ram Kumar Esaki, currently the Chief Operating Officer of PI Health Sciences. He has a vast experience in multiple companies. And we have a dear friend, the Cipla alumni, Mr. Sandeep Tarate, who is the Managing Director of Teffenbacher Group India, that is otherwise known as AT Laboratories. And we have Dr. Narendra Ravanuri, Chief Executive Officer of Anox Laboratories. Welcome you, sir. So all 4 of you on the dais. The discussion will focus on enhancing energy efficiency in pharmaceutical operations, with emphasis on low-carbon utilities, optimized HVAC systems, and process improvements. It will also cover approaches to measuring and managing Scope 1, 2, and 3, and then supported by the practical case studies. Let us see with their experience how they're going to really elaborate and share the knowledge and that demonstrate real-world implementation and outcomes in the future. Actually, over to you for the great session.
Good afternoon. And at the outset, let me tell you that I belong to you. I am very much part of you. We are all the people who have taken the responsibility of the health of not only yourselves, but your families also, your communities, and finally our country. And not just our country. Finally, as we say, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The whole world is one family. And we are all an integral part of that. And we need to take responsibility for that. When do we take responsibility for something? Would you take responsibility for a pothole in that road that came to the CII building? Some may say yes. Some may say, most of them may say no. We take responsibility when we think that we belong to them. If the same thing was in front of your house, probably you would ask for some municipal authority to fill up that place. So when we have all taken, and I'm so grateful to CII, because CII is doing that job of creating that responsibility, a collective responsibility for all of us, to be doing the good things for humanity at large. So with that, I want to tell you that when I came here this morning also, it took a long time, although I came from just about 5 kilometers from here, but it has taken a long time. And this has now become a rhetoric in Hyderabad that people say that coming towards Madhapur, Gachibowli, etc. takes a very, very long time in the morning and in the evening also when you're returning, right? Why? Because there are so many cars, there are so many people, there are so many people with disposable incomes, and therefore they are buying more and more cars. Bigger and bigger cars. One guy in a 5-seater car. I mean, all of these happen to be certain circumstances in which we are associating ourselves, maybe with a prestige, maybe with a comfort, maybe with something. But then that's what is happening. But for that, a collective responsibility of some people in the world have given rise to electronic vehicles, EVs, electric vehicles. And therefore, we are seeing that the EVs in number in the roads are, increasing by huge numbers, and therefore able to contribute to a better environment in our cities and in our world at large. Is that happening to the same extent in our industries? I am not sure. But I am very happy that at least a body like CII and others have started this in the industry as well. And as I speak, there are very distinguished people in the industry who have taken it upon themselves, and you heard many of them in the morning first plenary session also. There are regulators, there are industry people, there are government people in that body who have all shown the same sensitivity. But when it comes to when does the rubber hit the road is when it goes to the details, as we say, in the industry, as Dr. Srinivas just now showed us a lot of details here. There is what it starts making a big difference again. And therefore, I'm more than happy to be, making this group talk more about what's happening regarding greenhouse gases, regarding green chemistry, regarding sustainability, etc. And I have a very distinguished panel here. Let me just, although Mr. Chakravarti has just now read out the brief introduction to each one of them. I have Mr. Ram Kumar sitting next to me here. He's the COO of Pi Health Sciences, a transformation specialist with deep experience in global API and CDMO operations and strategy and ESG integration. A very bright mind in this area. And we are all actually very lucky to have him here in this group with us. Second, I have to my left Mr. Sandeep Tarate. He has been through so many companies. He has contributed to the success of so many companies. And he's the managing director right now for something that's a little difficult to pronounce. That's called Tiefenbacher. It's Tiefenbacher Group in India. He's a leader in affordable global healthcare, operational excellence. Operational excellence. See, we are all talking about something which 10 years ago was never getting discussed. Operational excellence, HP, API manufacturing, and digital transformation. Exactly what the next generation of pharma industry needs to know, needs to implement, needs to get results out of. Welcome, Sandeep. I also have Dr. Narendra Revanuri. He's the CEO of Anax, who is also a sponsor for this program here, and a specialist in advanced synthetic chemistry, custom R&D, and CRO, CDMO innovation. So is it really difficult, welcome, doctor, is it really difficult to do sustainability? First of all, we are talking about saving lives. And therefore, I'm okay being a little semi-formal in this talk. I hope that you are also okay. So what we say is that, yaar, pehle jaan bachao. You know, drugs have to be made. These have to be given to patients. Have to be given to citizens. They have to start living more rather than die early. And therefore, in that path, even if it means, that we have to compromise a few things, it can be okay. This was the thought. I say again, this was the thought. Now, predominantly, there is a big shift. There is a huge wave coming due to various socio, geopolitical reasons that we have to comply with all of this. And finally, what we find, if we sit down on a table and look at this with details, we'll find that these are all for the good of humanity only. It's not just for the good of any one political party or one country or somebody like that. And therefore, that we as company, pharmaceutical companies, are putting more effort into sustainability now, rather than only making a product, only making it best way to sell, lowest cost, etc. We have gone past that. So is a good quality of the product or high efficiency of the product not required? Yes, it is. But now that is the license to operate. Without that, you cannot operate at all. It's like how you take an FDA license before manufacturing a product. It's like that. This is not going to determine your success. This is rhetoric. I mean, since morning we have heard this a lot. So this is where we are now standing. And fortunately or unfortunately, you might find that the organization that you belong to yourself may or may not be subscribing to this idea totally. Now, what will happen when you go from here is, of course, you will go with a lot of thoughts, a lot of inputs, a lot of inspiration that things have to be done the right way and the best way. But then the problem lies when it comes to, as I said, when the rubber hits the road, there's a lot of heat generated. You will have to find ways of getting your people think your way, think this way, and come around with suggestions. What helps doing that? Any businessman, if he even looks at a 1% improved turnover due to some things that you do, he's obviously game. So it's for people like us, and I can see a lot of EHS, ESG people sitting here. So if we are able to negotiate with our leaderships, with all the people who own companies here, with all such leaders, that this is a good way to go and that this is a longer kind of a leap that we need to take. We are not here for a short-term gain. This is not a short-term gain. This is a long-term gain game. But again, this is inevitable. If you don't do it now, you'll have to do it tomorrow with an interest on it. And day after will be with a double interest on it. So it's better that we all, pull up our socks and start doing various things towards sustainability. And then for us, obviously today, thanks to CII again, and thanks to Chakravarti Garu, that, this whole thing got, we got assembled, the four of us, and that I have a set of questions for them. I start with you, Mr. Ramkumar. Can I? You have said, what are the top transformation levers, especially, when it comes to reducing carbon intensity in APIs and, let's say, CDMO kind of businesses?
Yeah, so I'll take it as a 4 top levers.
You want to put it on.
Yeah, so we actually work on this because we are basically into CDMO. So And there are a lot of drive comes from our customer as well, because every our customer has got their scope 1, scope 2 emissions reduction by 2030, 2050, 2070, and we are all part of their scope 3. So they usually share a lot of practices with us, and which helps us to reduce our carbon footprint. So I would consider there are 4 top levers. One is the process intensification or a process optimization. How do we optimize the process? Can we, a lot of things have been said in the morning. Instead of using a batch, can we use a continuous flow? I would proudly say our parent company, which is PA Industries, we do a flow in a very, very significant quantities. We used to manufacture something like 21 metric ton per day. One of the product, it's all continuous flow, which is quite unimaginable. In India, I think we are the largest producer using the flow. And also, can we reduce the solvent consumption on this lever, and also try to optimize the number of steps? Can we reduce the material input per kg of product? This is the highest impact. So how do we optimize the process, and how do you reduce your solvent consumption? The second lever is the energy efficiency and electrification. So when we look at the scope 2 emissions, are we using a fossil fuels for our boiler? Can we replace it with biobriquettes? And also, can we optimize our chillers, boilers, HVACs? Can we use a heat pump instead of going for a hot water generation by a fossil fuel? And also, can we get into optimize the complete utility system with advanced controls? Can we get into VFDs? These all will reduce our energy efficiency, and also electrification of boiler. Now we are getting into electrification of boiler, which completely reduce your emissions through chimneys, flue gases. So if we directly get into electric boilers, it reduces the scope 1 emissions. And the third lever, what we use is basically how do we get into renewable energy? Can we create on-site solar panels? Can we get into buy the renewable energy sources through a power purchasing agreement? This completely reduces your scope 2 emissions. This is the third lever we use. And the fourth lever, I think a lot of things talked about Dr. Srinivas in the previous session. How do we reduce our solvent consumption? How do we reduce our improve our atom economy? Because one of the highest consumption in all our API manufacturing is solvent. Can we go for a greener alternatives? So these 4 levers will definitely reduce a lot of scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions.
Excellent. Thank you for putting it in bullets, the four clear bullets. One corollary question I had for you, just because it's a continuation, is that you said so many things about how the industry is now looking at things. Typically, you might have taken a few chemical engineers, maybe a few engineers to manage your utilities, etc. How does the complexion of your facilities change? What new skills are you recruiting in order to manage all of these things? When I say you, I don't mean your company alone, but what's the industry doing in that respect? And are there enough such skilled people available in the market?
No, this is now emerging. Earlier, we not focused on this. Now, if you see each and every company, at least they have a sustainability function. Mm-hmm. Earlier, this function was not there at all. We have a centralized function on a sustainability. We have a lot of chemical engineers. We have tools. So we actually measure, monitor, then we review, report, and again you work on how do we start from every year. So a lot of chemical engineers and environment specialists are required, and I think that is right now. If you look at some companies who are more evolved, having these functions, and they are working on it, but a lot of things to be done on this, and mostly the skills required, I would say, kind of chemical engineers who can understand the overall process, where they can optimize the scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions. And also the operational excellence team also can support to this as a overall holistically. And nowadays we are getting into all the ESG reporting, and we also have a targets. And some companies are doing it, but I would say it's still a long way to go.
Great. Thank you. I hear you say that, yes, we are not yet ready. We are just about getting started. Therefore, the ecosystem has to mature. There will be more people who are chemical engineers, maybe getting trained in environmental, etc., who will be able to do better. But at the moment, we are still in infancy, and lot more. This is actually should be very great news for institutes. When you talk about industry institute collaboration and all that, there are so many colleges and institutes who can start probably, divisions in environmental science much greater than what is being taught today, so that it's much more practical and usable to the industry around. Yeah. Thank you very much for that. I come to you, Sandeep. How do we balance decarbonization with affordability in a global market? And we are sitting in the center of the global market sourcing from India, which is Hyderabad. So how do you say that? How does that happen?
Hello. Thanks for this question. Just before answering to question, I would like to where I come from or what I represent here.
Sure.
So I am representing Tiffin Bar Group. So this is the company just pioneering healthcare since 1963. So this company is German company. Here in Hyderabad, we are having our research operations and manufacturing. So research is, we are into general products and high potent. So we have 2 research labs here, one for general category products and one into high potent. And similarly, we have manufacturing blocks for general category products and high potent blocks. Why I am saying this? Because we are having the purpose of manufacturing medicines and making them better than before, better available. So to make this purpose, we are growing, and our growth contributes positively to the patients, society and planet. So if we have to do this and make affordable medicines and still keeping in mind sustainability, then it's about very first thing is that you start early. So in this case, we cannot delay further. So it is the high time that we should start. So first thing I will say that if someone has not started it on sustainability initiatives, start early is the key. And starting is right from your development. So I have given this background because we are development and all this, because right from development, sustainability starts. So my colleagues from development team, procurement, engineering, manufacturing, all are participating here. And how they are looking into how they are building just products into sustainability is that can we have a simple process? Can we have just minimum steps into the process which contributes to higher yields, lower process times, lower energy consumptions? Can we avoid solvents, go with aqueous process? Can we have packaging materials? Those are of sustainable materials. So like now every pharma company is using this multi-layered, multiple component kind of packaging systems into blisters. If we go into mono material blisters like PE or PET blisters, then definitely it will be easy to recycle. So that will definitely help in almost 40% of just we can say recyclability or just carbon load we can get relief. So right from the development, another one is like procurement. It is the sustainable procurement we should have. Just we should have all our partners. Just we should have some contracts with partners to just monitor them about their carbon emissions and report them. We can have incentivize, we can also invest in our partners to make them sustainable. We can have some longer contracts, those who are dealing with sustainability. So nowadays sustainability is definitely, earlier many speakers have told that it is not a choice anymore. It is mandatory kind of a thing. We all, if we have to be competitive in the market, we must have this sustainability initiatives.
True.
So these are the things we can still do, and make sure that cost is one of the elements we should always keep in mind. So cost, if you are having in mind, and if you have to focus on energy, then renewable energy is one thing which first comes into the mind. If you are focusing on renewable energy in every aspect, then definitely it will help to meet all these requirements, and still you will be able to meet the affordability in the global market.
Correct. Thank you so much. I think what you're saying is, just I'm rewording it, is that so far we have been looking at sustainability and ESG and all this with a corner of the eye. He is saying that now let us look at its eye straight, and then know that it is not that easy, but you will have to do it either today or tomorrow. And so look at it eye to eye, get solutions. There are no ready-made solutions, but there can be solutions that come out of collaboration. That's what he said, that, there are so many places, so many other bodies with which you need to collaborate. And I think in the morning plenary session also I heard that this is something that is not directly related to a competition to your product. And therefore there has to be much more collaboration on this field, at least among our peers and industry leaders, where we can learn more. And what he is saying is that yes, affordability could be an immediate issue, but then if you work on it and come out with collaborations. There are people and pockets in this world, this country and in this city as well, who are experts in doing certain things that you may not be able to. And believe me, when I have done the digitalization, and then finally we got the World Economic Forum's Advanced Digital Lighthouse for one of the largest plants of Dr. Reddy's labs, I have seen that you cannot work in isolation. The world of me as the hero has gone. I am the hero with 100 people supporting me. 100 people giving their technologies. I have to cooperate. I have to collaborate. Only then we can see success. And that's exactly what I'm hearing him saying. And therefore, that's a key point, which is something to take home, that don't ever think that let me do it, let me try. It may take 5 years, but I will do it. Why? Next to you, next door, there is somebody who already has done it. And so he is having some expertise. Maybe it comes at a cost, or maybe it comes free if it's a collaborative, CII kind of effort or something like that. But look at those options. That's an important key element that you're saying. So Sandeep, going further is that future facilities to be a net zero facility, are there some basic design features that are now coming up as, some concrete points that can be talked about?
Yeah, definitely. So sustainability, when you have in mind, then it starts from the design itself. So recently we have our high potent facility operational. So we designed it very recently. So while designing in high potent manufacturing, like proper pressure gradient or pressure cascade, if we make, then definitely it will help us to have optimum utilization of HVAC system. Mm-hmm. So you can contain your high potent API into processing room. So and others area, maybe you can have
a different
ACH, you can air changes.
Okay.
So non-processing area you may optimize with the lower ACH. Or you can also adopt something like just demand-based kind of ventilation systems. We have now this all automated things, so EMS, BMS systems are there.
Correct.
So when the isolators are closed, then ACH may be lower. So that's the logic we are operating. And if we have to do it all manually, then efficiency is very difficult to achieve. That's why automation is important. So HVAC, I am talking more because HVAC is something which eats your maximum energy.
50% of the energy
almost
is
nowadays, if we have to talk about high potent, it will eat your almost up to 70% of energy, I will say, rough cut. So HVAC, you need to optimize with respect to air changes as well. So whatever the required air changes are there, you do it. So it all you have to do based on your air particulate count. You have to consider all the design aspects in such a way that your all facility finishes are also like epoxy flooring, the covings, all that what makes you help that you create less particles in the room. Less particles means you can optimize your air changes. So that will help in this optimization. Second thing is like temperature settings, humidity condition settings. You can go to the minimum required. So you can have better systems. If the 25 degrees your temperature requirement, then you may set at 24. No need to set at 17 or 18.
True.
So some settings optimizations will be there. Very basic things we can consider into the design that will definitely help us. When equipments we have to design nowadays, like blowers, don't go with like conventional fans. Energy efficient fans are available for HVAC systems. Motors are coming like energy efficient motors. Just no need to give steam supply to HVAC systems. So heat pumps are available nowadays. So those are energy efficient options. So various energy efficient options, even for process equipments. We have standard equipments available and energy efficient equipments available. While selection of our equipment, we are having standard and energy efficient options. We have selected the equipment which is having just like fluid bed equipment most of the companies are using. So fluid bed equipment, we chose the one which is having largest expansion chamber. So which gives us highest drying efficiency. If we think about our investment cost at initially, it may be little higher. But if we think about sustainability or long-term benefits, then we are getting benefits out of it.
Absolutely. Well
so
said.
it will give almost 30% better efficiency with respect to drying. So it has optimized twin chamber design for the back shaking, which in terms gives you better drying area and drying results. While coating machines also nowadays are coming with energy efficient HVAC systems and all that. So we have to select between the what is energy efficient. So initially it may be heavy on your pocket, but later on it will give all the benefits. Process time will go down significantly. That will give you benefits.
Very
so
good.
all these are definitely you can address while designing. Later on it will be very difficult to replace.
Oh, you're making a very important point. Yes. Thank you. You're saying let it be little high capex, but it will be low opex. And on the longer term, it's going to stand with you for a longer time. And another thing I hear you say is very important. And that, if you think of a manual way of, let's say, shutting down HVACs or reducing it or increasing it because the isolator is on or it is closed or etc., leveraging digital technologies and leveraging many other such technologies has now become a necessity. That's what I'm also hearing. Because no longer will a plain vanilla ice cream work. So plain vanilla may be very, very easy for making. But then today they want a sundae. I don't know if there is another ice cream called Monday coming up, but the sundaes are a complex set of, so many things into that bowl of glass. So like that, life is getting into complexity. But life, again, I am thankful to all the scientific endeavor in this world that, so many discoveries and inventions are happening which are helping us to navigate that complexity. Life is going to become complex, but there are ways of navigating through them and therefore still continuing to make the products. Finally, all said and done, of course you have to make money, but more than that is you are saving lives. We are not here to make a better coat or a jacket or a car even for that matter. It is about saving lives. And therefore any effort that goes towards that, I'm sure, is going to be very useful. Thank you. You have told so many things now which are very, very important. I come to you, Doctor Narendra. A simple question that I wanted to ask you was, are sustainable formulations or process development that reduce solvents and energy consumption, are these energy load or whatever that you call, are these very easy to do? Is it being done? How much do you think it's being done?
That's a very valid question. You really don't water the whole plant, you water the roots.
Oh, nice.
So that's what we believe in the answer to this question. When you're talking about the larger scales of, making it a decarbonization of the plant levels or, tonnage scale productions, I always feel that it's we need to pay a very essential, details on the lab scale development itself. And one big elephant in that way is solvent selection. Okay, there is no good solvent or a bad solvent. Even when we talk about a water as a solvent in most of the conditions, there are many experts says that why don't you choose a water as a replacement for the solvent? End of the day, I call it as an effluent. True. So whether you go for a greener solvents like methyl THF or syrenes kind of a thing, when the process is happening, it's very, very important that the solvent selection has to be taken very well into the consideration. At the same time, doing your job done in an efficient manner, not compromising on the yields, and not increasing the price per kg of the product, whatever we're making. See, end of the day, if my organization, if I say I can make a very good green chemistry solvent switch and I'll make a high potent molecule, which is way high expensive, end of the day, the price sensitive customer may not take it. I mean, at least that mindset is still not on. So to your question, what I can say is that solvent selection is a good thing. It's like asking a known devil is a good or a bad devil. I mean, unknown devil is good to marry. I say known devil is a bit better, but end of the day, it's a devil.
That's true. And attaching it to a marriage is also a little funny. I hope our spouses are not listening to all of this. So I think it's a basic challenge for finding. So many of the pharmaceutical products are all organic molecules, big molecule weight sometimes, and they are all very easily soluble in some organic solvents. But the challenge is that now no longer are those solvents going to be that useful, especially coming with a sustainability point of view. And therefore, it's difficult, and it's a big challenge put on the R&Ds. So if the R&Ds think that there are so many technologies now that are available that can help them, it is here that they need to put their brains on. It is here that they will have to work on. Because again, as we have been seeing since morning, that a company will be known not just for the quality of its products and prices, but also for how good a socially responsible corporate citizen that company is or that product is. So thank you for that. So one thing I wanted to ask you, while you said that a solvent can be made into a water-based component or something like that, do you think it will also impact the portfolio of products that you may think of, you or any company may think of, and the regulatory readiness for that?
That's a very tricky question. I can say the compound readiness or whatever kind of a product we are intending to plan may not be, the water selection cannot be a wider selection or it cannot be a standalone selection. It's not possible. Talking basic chemistries. Sometimes we have to go for a little bit harsher chemicals, but the whole game is like the dose is a poison over here. How lower the volumes you can reduce in your process development or in R&D development. That should make one thing. Of course, selecting the much more hazardous solvents are not being used or as a general practice in the industry due to the regulatory constraints. So most of the people, unless and until the chemistry really demands, those solvents in a very lower, doses, we're not switching to those kind of, or probably we're not opting for, those kind of harsh, solvents anyway.
So I'm hearing you that yes, we have to make our product profiles, whatever that I want to make and sell. This will be a huge decision point of whether I can make it without solvents. If that is the leap of faith that you have taken, that yes, I am going to save the world from environmental disaster, so maybe a product molecule X, I will keep it aside. I'll rather go for a product Y, maybe in the same therapeutic area or whatever else, but be able to do that. And that if I am still compelled that I have to take up this particular molecule, then I'll see how I can compensate for the environmental impact that it is creating. That's very, very interesting. Are there any, I continue with you, please. Green chemistry levers. Okay. How good are they or in custom synthesis?
I can say green chemistry is no longer a moral option for us. It's a massive lever for us.
Oh.
In sense of cost, efficiency. One thing already what we discussed is a solvent selection, and the other thing is biocatalysis. We are using so many biocatalysis and the enzymatic reactions, which can cut down like 3 to 4 steps of reaction in a single step using the enzymatic reactions or biocatalyst kind of a thing. Even, I can say the recent example which happened with myself, there are very critical bond displacements which I have to do, not disturbing the chiral centers of the molecule. We tried a couple of conventional methods which goes for almost 5 to 6 steps with very difficult and crucial separations and isolations. And we just thought, why don't we try one particular catalyst like that? And we procured that and we initiated. Surprisingly, can you believe me, the reaction went in a room temperature, water solvent, and the yields are like 80 to 90%.
Wow.
It's very easy to convert. What I can say is the one such lever is like we need to switch to the catalyst, the biocatalyst. That's one big lever. It will benefit the organization and at the same time it will help in making the earth more greener. The second part is telescopic reactions. Not everybody, like, maybe a mid-size or a small-size organization may or may not, immediately switch to the, flow chemistry, because the flow chemistry requires a different expertise and different approaches, of course. There are a lot of constraints on that. There are a few, methods like telescopic reaction methods, wherein consider a 4-stage reaction. You have a 1-step done, and you do a workup. You stop, you do a filtration or distillation, whatever, and go to the next step. Whenever you stop, you are creating a waste.
True.
So the whole point is, can we optimize this 3 steps or a 4-step of a reaction in a single vessel without the necessity or the use of, purifying each intermediate and going ahead? So this kind of telescopic reactions can be implemented. Those are not, too complex to do that. That will save quenching, waste, and tremendous effluents or discharging of some of the catalysts like hazardous catalysts, which can be of a safety concerns also. So these are few leverages. What we can take, and these are very good levers.
Very good. I just loved it, what you just now said.
Thank you.
Because even after digitalization, another thing that our company has embarked on is lean manufacturing. And one step beyond, it's not just manufacturing. Lean is normally associated with manufacturing, but we're also looking at lean in commercial processes. If there is a process, you can always make something called as a value stream map, and you can see that there are plenty of wastes. And the one thing that you said about the telescopic manufacturing removes all those wastes. And the previous example that you said, which is using water as solvent and all that, is like sone pe suhaga. And I am sure that this kind of a thing is giving you a much better price and affordability, and therefore you'll get a much better market.
And thicker margins too.
And margins, yeah, bigger margins. So it's exactly that sweet spot that we need to find. So if there is R&D, R&D is no longer limited to only science. I hope I'm making myself clear that there is so much research that can be done in terms of how you can make something happen. The non-science part of the entire thing as well. It's not just about a double bond and a single bond and how you are putting a lubricant or a granulating agent or whatever. It's much beyond. And therefore, when we are sitting with so many leaders here in this hall, it's all about novelty in our leadership views and leadership attitudes and what we execute finally. There can be theories and theories. There can be much larger rooms than this where we can still talk of, so many theories. But then finally it's about implementing. So thank you very much for that question. I have one question, maybe you can answer, is that if you had to pick one technology or initiative that will fundamentally shift the pharma energy efficiency space in the next 5 years, what will that be? See, the briquette-based boilers and all that is now past. Not everyone has implemented, but now it is past. So what do you think could be a technology which will stand in the next 5 years?
It's a flow chemistry and biocatalysis. Yeah, the flow and biocatalysis. These two things, yeah.
Okay.
Because right now, pharma is getting into it. I can say in pharma right now, I know only one company is doing it in India on the flow on a commercial side. I think everybody is working on it, so that will be the future in next 2-3 years. The flow chemistry and biocatalysis.
So this is going to make a big difference.
Big difference, yes.
Very good. So those who are in the audience who are in the same business area can take a cue from here. And an expert is already telling us that this is going to be the... You have any, maybe on the formulation side or anything else like that?
So on the formulation side, if we have to focus, then just on operational efficiency also we need to focus a lot, because it is not then one solution, but it is like a packet of small solutions. So we call it as kaizens. No? So it will be on right from your dispensing operations to dispatch operations. Everything you have to just value map, and then you have to find opportunities.
Right.
So throughout the life cycle. So what are the opportunities for improvement? So I will give few examples, like if you have to grading operations and you have to take out oversize, undersize operations. Instead of using conventional shifter, if you go for double deck shifter, you are getting lot of efficiency, and that's you just get energy efficiency and energy saving. Nowadays, if you think of conventional motors for this small saving equipment, so there are equipments available which operates at 0.5 HP of the motor. Instead of going for bigger motors, like you go for the smaller motors for the equipment. Just filter bag cleaning is some common just process happening nowadays in tablet manufacturing. And I was having FB in my previous company, which was having 75 HP of the motor capacity. And that motor was being used for drying of filter bag. So by simple washing machine usage, so we could save that. So it is very easy example, but it is contributing a lot. So adding dehumidification into the dryer also helped us almost 20% saving on the drying time. These are all real life examples. In my previous company, I was given one target to reduce overall turnaround time, and result and monitoring KPI is like air to sea ratio.
Correct.
Just how many shipments are going by air and how many shipments are going by sea. So that was something commercial, given commercial thought process was there in the target. It was definitely a commercial idea. But if we look into the same idea, sustainability point of view, choosing sea route of transportation is definitely gives you less carbon just intensive just mode of transport.
And also being affordable, more affordable.
Affordability and commercial angle is there.
Absolutely.
But if you choose environment and sustainability, you should optimize your all planning operations and make sure that there are no back orders. All your orders are going through sea route.
Absolutely.
And thus you can contribute. So instead of putting one initiative, I am asking to do a life cycle analysis completely throughout the product and find out opportunities. So instead of focusing on one, just find many small opportunities for improvement.
Excellent. I think everyone here is hearing from you what they are hearing from their bosses as well. Do all the things, but finally I want to go by sea and not by air. Because I have also worked on all of that. It needs efforts on multiple dimensions to make that happen. It may look like a simple sea versus air equation, but it is much more than that. You need to have a robust process. You need to have robust materials going into the process. You need to have a good lean methodology and a flow within your shop floors. Everything together finally leads to that kind of a metric. Sure.
The 5S concept which was developed by Toyota still not penetrating into the pharma.
True.
It's already there in automobile, and the quality circle which is formed in Maruti Suzuki, they've saved around 500 crores.
True.
So small quality circles will improve a lot.
I agree. And with a little bit of arrogance, let me tell you that after my operations of 30 years and digital transformation work for 3 years, now I am exactly doing what you said. In pharma, very few people have actually adopted to operations excellence, the way it is done in the automotive sector, in the FMCG sector, many other sectors. But pharma, for some reason, as we said, कि पहले दवाई बनाओ यार, let I agree. No, it's a myth. Thank you, Chakravarti sir, for saying that. No, because it's actually, we are trying to hide behind that. I'm sorry, I'm being frank, but we are not only trying to be hiding behind that. There is no holy cow. The rules are there. You are supposed to drive a car only if you have a license. You bloody well have a license. Then go and drive a car. After that, you drive a Maruti car or you drive a BMW. It's up to you. So, if we want to hide behind excuses for not wanting to do certain things, it's wrong. Even if companies or corporations have been doing this so far, it is time they wake up. I'm sure they will, because if you don't wake up, the world will wake you up. You will have to do it one day. And I'm precisely doing what you are saying in my organization right now.
Part of the quality cycle for India, so we are implementing these 5S and
Correct. And again, let me tell you, there are many companies which are doing very great things, but I can tell you more about what my organization does. In fact, the operations head, and now after the HR head resigned, this same person is also the HR head for the company now. He's not at all a pharmaceutical person. For your interest, I am from Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, and the operations head and the HR head put together has come from Coca-Cola, Mr. Sanjay Sharma. But he's already 8 years into this company now and done wonderfully. And under him, there is another operations excellence person that he only kind of brought. The concepts were brought into the company. There is one Mr. Kulbhushan Gupta, who has also brought in so many of these concepts. Autonomous way of working, TPM, total productive maintenance. So many things which have improved our efficiencies in the pharma company now. And I'm glad that now, beyond the four walls of a factory, we are also looking at lean ways of doing in the commercial space. Many times, even a simple purchase order to be placed by the company has 25 steps before that. From the time a supervisor in the shop floor is asking for a different kind of a scoop, for carrying powder, it takes so many steps like that. So I'm sorry, I'm getting, it's too close to my heart. So just one last question I have for you also is that what is the biggest bottleneck you face in decarbonizing your facility?
The biggest bottleneck is the cost. Green comes with a premium, that is green premium. So like you say...
carbon.
Yeah.
So green carbon, black carbon. Yeah.
So definitely the initial capex is tremendously high, and the ROI, what you're gonna take, the ROI from that will take definitely 5 to 7 years, depending upon the size of the organization and all. One particular bottleneck is cost, definitely, because we need to see, there could be an existing facility, okay, and which will be running a batch processing, and switching that to an alternative systems of continuous flow system or any other production planning. Definitely, one should have to think. We have already invested billions of money on the plant or establishment regulations for that, getting in accreditations for that. So switching that is one bottleneck. And the second thing is...
Thank you. I'll stop there. You have already told about the cost. Now to Ramkumar and you. Now, what do you think the second and third could be out of technical constraints, mindsets, and compliance complexity? Which of these three do you think ranks next to cost? Cost is obviously number one.
I would say for pharma, it's a compliance. If the process is already validated, because R&D they have certain targets, so they have a certain timeline. The process comes. Then we have a separate functions called operational excellence. We do a lot of CIP programs, but one of the biggest bottleneck is the filing. So. If it is a minor change, we can able to sail through it. Sure. And some major changes, we have to change the route. Then it comes. Then we have to inform our customers. It affects their filing. So we will not be able to implement the major change. So that's one of the bottleneck in pharma, especially if it is a validated products. That's very.
If you are doing it post validation, yes, it is. So you agree with him?
Yeah, compliance challenge is something definitely, because I earlier talked about our initiatives on using sustainable blisters, packing material like PE material. So for blisters, we are not able to change it like this. We have to first go with the stability of this product, And after successful stability, then we can switch over to that material.
Yeah.
So we cannot go it, but we can have like what we can do it immediately in a next 12 months or next 24 months and next 36 months, like that. We can plan and do that. So
Yeah.
small initiatives you can just target immediately, but long lead time items you can start earlier. That's the key.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, because this whole discussion about sustainability is not truly only about sustainability. What you said just now is about better planning, better leadership, better execution. Everything folds into finally, making yourself successful in this world. So all of that may be looking difficult to many of us, many of our organizations. But let me tell you, in 2020, AstraZeneca had one UK plant in the town called, it starts with M something. There, they have made themselves 99.5% carbon emission free. Sorry? No, this is in UK. I have the name, I can tell you. Somebody said here? M starts with M, something. So, but then it's possible. So it gives me a lot of encouragement that it is possible. It's not difficult. And so let's go with that positive note that we can do it, certainly. We have overshot the time much. Thank you very much, this whole distinguished panel, for giving us a lot of thoughts and inputs about what could be done in terms of the processing, manufacturing, R&D, everything about pharma products with the sustainability and for making our children and our grandchildren live peacefully. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Venkat. I couldn't have asked a better moderator, and I'm very glad you accepted our invitation. And in fact, we both shared several times days together in multiple platforms. I'm so happy that he conducted this very vibrant session, very engaging and insightful, and equally the panelists also, dear friends Sandeep, Ram Kumar, and Revnuri also. And in fact, they gave practical examples actually, and which gave food for thought. And we all need to go back and seriously evaluate our HVAC and utility systems. What is the current status? Not that we are not doing them, not that we are not observing them, but we need to have a micro study once again in a third eye point of view. Not the way we look at it every day, because everything looks very same and very in order. But when a third party looks, I think it is very different. With simple corrections, definitely the cost will be the big one. For making a big leap, we need to invest in capital projects. Before that, at least, we need to, how we can quickly jump to another 20% efficiency by making better use of the current HVAC systems and utility systems. That will be one observation I can give from my side. Definitely in the closing session, I'm sure all of you promised me that to stay till the evening, because there are vibrant sessions in the afternoon, very versatile luminaries, right from Director Heterodrugs, Bhaskar, my dear friend. We have Rajaram Iyer, Executive Director of Laurus Laboratories. Apart from so many guys, Genera Pharma, Gravity Pharma, the heads of operations, Pi Health Sciences, Amneal, Granules, Maitri Drugs, Indu Drugs, Apitura, Aravindo is already there, and Coring Technologies. So many luminaries are there, interesting topics are there in the afternoon. We break for a quick lunch. The organizers gave me only 30 minutes time, but okay, 45 minutes we can. But shortly by 2 o'clock we will assemble back. That gives a clean 48 minutes time for us to have a better networking and interaction, and hope not, what can I say? It's an excellent gathering. I'm so thankful once again for all of you. Thank you very much. We break for lunch now.
Thank you, Chakravarti garu. Thanks for keeping this panel before lunch rather than after lunch. Sorry, what topic we discuss is the scope 3.
told, there's a live going on. Please share the link with your colleagues in your pharmaceutical companies. They'll be hugely benefited. Also give some video bites. So don't miss. Outside you can all give your review. Thank you.
Rating that is subtly it comes.
So best practice already.
Probably, anyhow, we are closing by 3:34 o'clock. People wanted to take a round. Suppose he also wanted something I'll say.
Climate change is no longer.
Yes, that's it. You cannot stop and you cannot change the process all of a sudden. First, we start with all the tips and tricks of all the things. Nice introduction and set the tone of the man. No, I know. That's why I'm saying. We are part of the panel. Almost 12 panels here today. I is also there.
Well, friends, thanks you for staying in. Some more people are still in the corridor. Before actually delving into our main session in the afternoon, I'm pleased to invite the directors of Green Business Center, our own CII, Mr. Muthu Sisyan and Mr. Madan Mohan Reddy on the dais, please. I requested them to a little bit elaborate on the initiatives of the GBC, especially to make the pharmaceutical companies greener, how to go ahead. I don't elaborate, and over to both of my friends.
Thank you, Mr. Chakravarti. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and welcome to the post-lunch session. And I'm sure, after lunch it's a little bit difficult to focus, that I'll try to grab your attention as much as possible. And this is Madan Mohan Reddy. I'm from Green Business Center, and I represent Greenco. It's a Green Company Rating Council. And whatever we have, I just wanted to run you through the importance of the center that you're talking about. How is it very much relevant, the topic and this center? So I just want you to... this is the aerial view of the center that you're sitting right now, where we have gathered. This is the first platinum-rated green building in India, in fact, outside US, and inaugurated in 2004. And since 2019, we are also a platinum-rated net zero energy buildings, which means we are also energy surplus, right? And this center is meant for the industry, to help the industry to improve their green competitiveness and improve their environmental performance. And through multiple councils, we are offering, these, assistance to the industry, rather, and the collaborating, efforts. And first council is the IGBC. It's a green building, Indian Green Building Council, meant for the buildings and built environments. It's, we have 33 types of ratings suiting all the typologies of the buildings. And the second one is the Greenco, Green Company Rating System, which is meant for the manufacturing facilities to improve their environmental performance. It's a holistic framework. And I have a couple of minutes video also to give you more information about it. Green Pro is a green product eco-label for green products, type 1 eco-label, predominantly meant for the building material. And the fourth one is the Energy Efficiency Council, and we run, we help industries to do the energy audits. And it is one of the largest and oldest energy efficiency council in India. And for your energy audits, energy efficiency improvements, we have various, programs. And the Green Entrepreneurship Council is to help the clean tech startups to improve or to scale their reach and revenue, where they have the proven products and technologies to contribute to the industry in terms of clean tech is another council. Moving ahead, so under Greenco, we have these multiple ratings and certifications. Without getting into details, specific to pharma, we have detailed guidelines suited for pharma industry, and this is a holistic rating framework. And can you play the video?
Climate change is no longer a distant threat. It's today's challenge. Is your business ready to lead the change? The Greenco rating system, world's first of its kind performance-based assessment and rating framework, empowering industries to drive sustainable growth. As regulatory pressures tighten and climate impacts intensify, sustainability is now a core operational priority. Businesses must quantify, improve, and demonstrate their environmental performance. Greenco, developed by the CII Green Business Center, helps companies take a broader view of how they use energy and water, manage waste, adopt renewables, reduce emissions, and even design better products. It provides a clear pathway towards smarter and more sustainable business practices. Each parameter includes mandatory criteria and performance benchmarks, aligned with global standards, providing industries with a structured, measurable roadmap toward excellence in environmental sustainability. The Greenco journey spans from self-assessment to comprehensive expert evaluation, culminating in ratings from certified up to Platinum and Platinum Plus for world-class sustainability performers. The process is credible, transparent, and transformation-driven, led by accredited independent assessors comprising senior industry experts. Greenco offers sector-specific checklists across a wide range of industries, including mining, manufacturing, engineering, automotive, cement, railways, pharmaceuticals, oil and gas, and more. It is enabling companies like Godrej Enterprises, L&T, and textile clusters to green their supply chains with 80% of their procurement value coming from green supply. IOCL, HPCL, and Indian Railways are implementing the Greenco rating across their marketing locations and workshops, integrating it into their procurement systems and staff training programs. Greenco aligns with national frameworks like BRSR and international ones like CBAM and SDGs. Greenco integrates life cycle emissions, scope 3 tracking, and zero waste systems into performance strategy. Greenco is recognized by UNIDO, UNITC, making it a globally respected standard. Whether you are an MSME or a multinational, Greenco equips you to reduce emissions, save costs, and lead climate action. Let data drive your sustainability transformation. Get assessed, get rated, get recognized. Join the Greenco movement. Green makes business sense.
Thank you. You can put on the slides back. So this is the Greenco rating framework that we are talking about. It's a holistic rating framework. Why we say? Because it covers all the aspects of environmental parameters. When we say sustainability or environment, it's not just the greenhouse gases emissions. It also talks about the energy efficiency. It talks about the water positiveness and your carbon neutrality. And how are you managing your waste? How are you ensuring your facility is zero waste to landfill? And how are you ensuring the circularity is inculcated into your systems and processes? And also, how are you reducing your dependency on the virgin material and improving the circularity? And how are you helping your supply chain partners also? How are you working with them and ensuring that your scope 3 emissions are also taken care? And how are you bringing them into green value chain? And how is your green infrastructure and the biodiversity? How are you taking care of your biodiversity? And what is your product stewardship? How are you taking the life cycle approach? Is what all the parameters that the assessment is about. And based on the, it's a detailed checklist and a sector specific, again, like, as mentioned in the video also. And multiple levels depends on the scoring that based on your performance. It's a performance-driven approach. 30% weightage goes to the systems and processes that you have. 70% weightage goes to the performance. How are you reducing your impact or on the environment or improving your efficiencies and all these things. So the ultimate objective is to turn your facility into carbon neutral, water positive, and zero waste to landfill is the ultimate goal. And we also have the individual certifications. They're focused on each area of the aspects that we talked about. But why certifications? It talks about, is it important to get validated? First of all, where do you start your journey? Okay, that's where you need certain direction, certain tool to improve your aspects. That's where these tools and frameworks will help you. And it facilitates phase-wise progress. It's not just you directly become a net zero or zero waste to landfill all of a sudden. It's a journey. You need to start. You need certain framework or a tool to do that, right? It gives you a phase-wise progress, and also it gives you it kind of imposes an accountability or continuous improvement. When you have anything that can be measured can be improved, right? Once you measure it and you understand where you are standing, and then you keep on improving it, right? And also adoption across the value chain is also very much important. It's not just you. Your partners, your suppliers, all the stakeholders. How are you ensuring that they're also, joining the movement? And also, it's suited for the Indian conditions, not just in international standards and all. Starting from the local and then going global, and it also takes care of the global requirements as well, and mostly designed for the Indian units, right? And also, it aligns with the global standards as well, as I mentioned. It's a transparency third-party validation. First, you start improving and you achieve the status and then you get validated. Then it becomes a credible effort, right? So this is about each certificate. It's a closing the loop. What about the zero waste to landfill? It's all about closing the loop. When you the circularity and ensuring that whatever the recovery that your soluble recoveries and all, these are all related to this thing, and it reduction of the waste is the major intention, and then ensuring the nothing is going for the landfill. And also, it's end-to-end waste traceability is what the key driver of this approach, and it promotes circular economy. And these are the rating, the certification levels. Once you achieve 99.7%, you become zero waste to landfill, as per the it considered all the regulatory aspects, and it starts from 95% is the minimum requirement. So the second one is the measurement to mitigation operational carbon. How do you ensure that your operational carbon, you're becoming net zero in terms of operational carbon?
it means your scope 1 and scope 2. Scope 3 is, once you take care of scope 1 and scope 2, then you look into scope 3 emissions, right? So this will help you to understand how to become net zero in this area. Right? There's a clear-cut target and clear-cut approach that you can follow with this framework and tool. And it facilitates holistic progress. It's not just one area, and it identifies all the aspects where you can invest or look into and become a net zero in this area. Again, 0.99 is 99% is what talks about net zero operational carbon. And the third one is the water neutrality, and how is it important to become water neutral, and then next look into water positivity, right? So the requirement is, once you become 100%, you will become a water neutral. Anything above that you're doing is will entitle you as a water positive unit. And for that, this is the ratio. There's a structured framework that we have to become water neutral at the event. The fourth one is the specific to, this is a very recent introduction, zero liquid discharge certification. And I cannot emphasize more the importance of this certification for the pharma sector because of the regulations or a pollution control board impositions and all. And it will give you a clear-cut picture of your unit. How do you become a zero liquid discharge unit is another aspect. And if you anything greater than 90% will give you ZLD pinnacle status is what this certification is about. So yeah, and due to paucity of time, we are just wrapping up quickly. Thank you very much. And if you want to know anything more about these certifications or services or any guidance or collaboration, these are the contact details. Please, we can always take the discussions offline. Right? Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Madan. Very much appreciated. With a short notice, you obliged our request to share our own CII GBC's initiatives. In fact, this is one of the best center of excellences under the umbrella of Confederation of Indian Industry. And we are very glad to have this situated in the heart of Hyderabad, not in other metros. So for anything, if you want to know, you are pleased to contact the personnel. May I invite Dr. Muthushejin also on the dais. And also, after the conclusion of this seminar, if anyone is interested, please tell the concerned people. You can have a round of it, maybe a guided tour they can arrange for you, how the GBC is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Now comes the very important, in fact. I know under this 483s, under this unprecedented inspections, the value of the time of each executive these days in the pharmaceutical industries. Despite all that, you have been there since morning, and many of you are in the very senior positions controlling your factories. I'm very pleased to have a plethora of people in the afternoon. Both the sessions, stalwarts are there. And this session in particular, circular manufacturing and sustainable supply chains, which is going to elaborate on the solvent recovery, reuse practices, along with strong water stewardship initiatives, excellence in ZLD, just now we are talking about it. We'll also explore ways to value solutions and circular economy approaches. And we have very experienced personnel, right from Dr. Dinesh Sharma, who is heading the operations at Aptoria Pharma, a part of Aurobindo. And we have the great, in fact, it's a combination of the CEOs, the scientist CEOs, or CEO controllers, young Turks. Dr. Tadagata is a known person to many of us for a long time. He's a scientist turned CTO, CEO kind of a thing. Currently, he's a president and CTO of Jodas Expo Private Limited. We have Sai Kumar Talasila, very bright US returned engineer, pharmapreneur. So very rarely we find. He's a director at Hindu Drugs Private Limited, our own Hyderabad company. And we also have Amit Kumar Jha. In fact, he's more on an enabling and licensing side also. But he's director and head of corporate affairs and public policy at Corning Technologies. And to moderate this, we have a great friend, very humble. He looks very simple always, but he controls how many thousands of people, I don't know. He's a director of operations at world's largest ARV maker and makes us proud even during the COVID time. We have even now the HIVs, whatnot, I think the hetero drugs. We have the president and the director of operations. Over to all of you to go through it. Please, all at a time. Bhaskar, Amit, Dinesh, a round of applause, Tadagat and Sai.
Good afternoon, everyone, and my colleague panelists, Mr. Tatagat Datta. Already introduction has been given by Chakravarti sir, but he is very technology expert, and Dinesh Sharma ji is President Operations in Aptoria. So he is going to be like for today's session is the biggest contributor because he is making a lot of APIs. So knowingly or unknowingly, our chemical industries are biggest contributors for environmental impact, we can say. But I think new technologies and all is going to brief us. And also with us, Mr. Amit Kumar Jha. I think, sir. Yeah, he is also going to be a biggest contributor because now today as a social and governance requirements, the biggest area industries need to cope up. So definitely will add value in that area. And Sai Kumar is from formulation side. So myself, I am Bhaskar Reddy. As Chakravarti sir mentioned, I am director of operations. I have total 25 years of experience in this industry. And I am managing almost hetero group solid oral manufacturing. Thank you one and all for attending this session. So this is a manufacturing and sustainable supply chain. So before going into questions to our panelists, so I would like to just give a context. So sustainability is becoming a biggest topic today. So earlier, our business success mostly used to depend on regulatory audits and regulatory compliance and pricing and other things. But today, apart from this, sustainability score is becoming one of the key criteria to enter into the global market. So soon, in the near future, without having sustainability goals in place and this sustainability good score, then we are not going to allow to participate in most of the RFQs and tenders. So this is the situation. So this mainly focus on the three areas. So we know environmental impact because we are into chemical and pharmaceutical manufacturing. So obviously, knowingly, unknowingly, we cause some damage to the environment. And so environmental and social and governance. These three areas, the compliance is expected a lot by the MNCs and global business partners to make us allowed to the participate in the business. So that is the reason now industries are coping up to meet these requirements. So because now we have experts with us, we'll try to understand what is the industry perspective and how industries are moving to meet all these sustainable goals. So begin with Tathagata. So I would like to actually, what are the a manufacturing industry, what are the 360-degree views to have a sustainable manufacturing, maybe in the chemical and biological and pharmaceutical industry? How a technology, because you are a technology expert, we would like to understand more from you, how a technology is going to help in the sustainability aspect.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. From technology point of view, first I will talk about three aspects. One is the RNA nucleotide and these type of products where the synthesis requires a lot of solvents. And when we ask the question to ourselves, or even we attack the government that one injection cost 18 crore, one injection cost 49 crores. So we never realize how much solvent that reactor has gargled actually during the synthesis. So that is the main thing. So today's pharma industry is at a juncture where the companies are focusing more and more on peptides and oligonucleotides and mRNAs, because these are partly between the biologics and partly between the small molecules. So you can manufacture it, the fill finish, in a regular pharmaceutical plant, in a small molecule plant. You can file some of them through typical NDA route rather than the BLA route, and most of them does not require clinical trials. So this is an advantage for the pharma companies to come up with the similar molecules. Now, all this synthesis requires solvent, and this solvent, traces of moisture present in the solvent will actually spoil the case. Entire synthesis will go. I will give you an example. There is a molecule called nusinersen. So nusinersen is used for spinal muscular atrophy, which is used almost one injection costs you around 1 crore rupees. But this nusinersen, it has 17 chiral centers, and even traces 99.99% also it should be non-aqueous. If it is a bit of aqueous environment is there, then the branching will happen in a different direction, and it will instead of efficacy, it will have toxicity. So these type of things are there, but industries are working out, as we are saying, that circular chemistry, to recycle these solvents, to reuse these solvents, so that to bring down the cost. And one more thing is, if you see about this type of molecules, is the heavy metal impurities. Two major challenges are there in this type of molecules. One is heavy metals, and another one is your BET limits. BET limits are very, very low, because this has to be given directly to the spinal cord. So, and another one is the your heavy metals, because most of the catalytic reaction takes place in presence of some of the heavy metals, and also from the leaching from the reactors and all those things. So recycling of this is one technology that actually reduces the cost by several folds for these type of products. But the question comes is that when you go to an investor and say that I am going to reduce the cost of this product, but then upfront you have to make a capex investment of this much, then he shows us the door. That is the first and foremost problem for circular chemistry thing. Today's world, but I am very much confident. I am a very optimistic person that these molecules, these type of processes will come. Again, another thing is that the biologics, where you will have either the mammalian cell culture or the microbial cell culture. You grow in culture media, and from that the huge quantity of waste is generated. Aqueous waste, which are all aqueous in nature, and this aqueous waste is you can recycle it by simply using a kill tank and killing it, and because they doesn't contain any mineral or any toxic impurities except live cells. So if you can kill the live cells, and then if you can put it for distillation and all those things, you can 100% you can make them compliant to your system. So these are some of the things where the industry is moving forward. And in the morning session which I was attending, I heard some of the speakers, esteemed speakers, were saying that it has to be taken care of from the designing part. So that is the most important thing. Even today, if a old facility is there, and if I want to install those things in the line, that is a Herculean task. So that is not possible. And another portion is obviously that I think all my fellow panelists will agree is the legacy products. So the products which has already been filed. Today, if I have a better process or better thing also, but I have to file a variation, I have to do all these things. So I have to go through the entire regulatory process, which I am really doubtful whether any of the existing manufacturers will be willing to do it. So this is briefly about what you said.
Thank you, Tathagata. He clearly mentioned that reduction of the waste and recycling the waste. So this is one important aspect we need to see. So what kind of wastes are generated and how the wastes can be eliminated, or the generated waste, how it is reused, or how it is prevented to go for landfilling. And biologics also he mentioned. So thank you very much. And now I am going to Sai Kumar. So he is into formulations. So can you brief in the formulation industry how technologies are helping to have a better sustainability with respect to environmental impact?
So I'll speak in a general perspective. So it all boils down to how much land, how much water, how much energy. When it comes to energy, we do have so many operations. If we break down our operations, we need to understand precisely what your process is required. I mean, the process required, what kind of an operation is it? If I look into that, if we just go with a simple cleaning process, so the current cleaning practice includes usage of either solvents or be it a polar solvent or a regular solvent or just water. Of course, water is a polar solvent once again. And you get some amount of a cleaning. Of course, we are very much worried about the cleaning. To do the simple cleaning, what if we do a process intensification? As in, use some kind of an thing like steam, a low pressure steam, yet portable, yet handy, not disastrous, and just like which could be moved into. Of course, if somebody is interested, I have worked with a company. I asked them to design one, and then they did a prototype. Of course, the results are fabulous. The amount of water that I needed to clean any area had come down by not 10% or 20%. It was less than 10th of what I used to consume. So that is where I understood that intensification of anything, intensification of any particular element can actually give you an amplified results. So is my colleague from, Mr. Amit, I heard he's from Corning. So even their flagship product, which everyone is talking about, the flow chemistry, how does it really make sense? How does it amplify the results? Or how does it has influence on the reaction? The fishbone architecture. Amit, I should tell you, I was at Corning, New York in 2010. There's a museum there. It's a village actually in upstate New York. Yeah, Museum of Glass. It's in upstate New York, and then they have shown me clearly two liquids with two different colors being introduced into that, and then back in 2008, it felt so fascinating. And then they said, they introduced that in two different speeds. And then they've showed me. So subtly they have drilled the concept of flow chemistry at that point of time. Of course, I mean, it was just an illustrative way of demonstrating it. Then I understood that only the fluidic reactions can happen. But yeah, I have very limited exposure to that anyways. So in formulations, when the manufacturing is over, next comes the packaging. And this is where the major waste gets generated. And these wastes, in my experience, after returning and I've seen, and I've tried to re-engineer my change parts, and I could significantly cut down the amount of packing material consumed. In fact, I could eliminate a complete waste also in certain with certain change parts as well. So that way, at least I can cut down the consumption. And even if I consume, by selecting certain grade or by selecting certain gauge, will actually increase the reusability of the elements that that it has, precisely aluminum. And the way the plastic has picked up into the industry for convenience has also caused us a lot of a problem in terms of OTR and MVTR. Which has, the polypropylenes, they have skyrocketing OTR and MVTRs when compared to the aluminum. And thank God everybody is moving back and packing their APS now in aluminum sealed bags. So that we as a formulators, we are also happy that the trend is picking up. And I'm trying to see if those could be adopted in this as well. I always say, the best pack type, of course, the market looks for fancy pack types, but then I always advocate with my favorite is the strip packing. There is no wastage. There's no, the OTR and MVTRs are a bare minimum. That's the best for the product. And I define goals at my place into a very shorter goals. As in, if I even put a very bigger goal, that itself will become a biggest resisting point. The feedback loop will be infinitesimal, and then I can't really expect feedback anytime soon. And you will lose the enthusiasm and momentum. Momentum to achieve any of these goals. So I always break the problem and say, okay, first we'll dice it here, achieve this, and then try to gain some success, and then take it as a moment, pick that momentum, and keep continuing on that. So this is how we practice in formulations.
Thank you, Sai Kumar. You covered related to water conservation and energy. You rightly mentioned the steam we use in the pharmaceutical industry. Even in our hetero, our engineers also done excellent job with respect to steam. What is your end use temperatures required? But really, what pressure we are distributing the steam? This matters, because ultimately it consumes fuel. So that's why by optimizing pressure, there are huge savings we have practically seen, and really it's a good area you covered. And also water, yes. So in a pharma industry, we use different grades of water: raw water, purified water, and sterile water. So for what purpose, what kind of water we are using? To generate a sterile water, you know how much cost it involves and how much wastage it involves. Even purified water also. But people, without having much awareness, and they just use the purified water for cleanings. So daily thousands of KL of water we are using. So this is one area every industry needs to look into. So rightly mentioned a few areas. And also coming to technology.
I just wanted to add one point here. I heard the speakers. One of the speakers in the morning was, emphasizing on moving from emission-based steam generators to electrical-based. Even in electrical, there are three major components: induction resistance and capacitive. Of course, capacitive does not help here, but then the major thing that people might go with is resistive. But then my say or my perspective and my experience is inductive is the best in this front. If one wants to pursue, it will beat out all the other metrics. The inductive steam can beat out any other metrics by and large.
Thank you. So now I go to Dinesh ji. So now we are into industry and the major challenges to comply environmental requirements. So there are air contaminations, are there water contaminations, land pollution. So what are the technologies you are adopting to comply all these requirements and to see that environmental damage is as minimal as in your industry?
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. First of all, just to brief you, like Epitoria is a part of 100% subsidiary of Aurobindo, and now we know that post-COVID, there is one simple mantra has come to everyone. Everyone must have heard one word: resilience, Atmanirbhar, right? Somehow or other, it is also linked with the sustainable. Okay, and when or India country as called as a pharmacy world of pharmacy, right? It's like pharmacy world. So most of the medicines, let it be generic, but being supplied from India. Now, this business of our generic business has to be continued, right? So, what this is nothing but I'll just say in 2 words, like it's a volume to value. Volume. This is a volume business, right? And as we heard in the morning, since morning, there new technology being like we can create the more value based. We are moving from volume to value based. That's the next the moment. But definitely moving from volume to value, we have to first safeguard our volume based business, right? That is the most important, because today what we are so called as a world pharmacy is based on that, and it need to be continued. Still today we take the paracetamol, let it be the oldest drug, many old drug, but still it's continued. It's one of the drug which was helped into the during COVID period, right? It's still continued. So things will be continued. But yes, what is most important for us, how we sustain our volume and at the same time we move to the value based. This transformation is very, very important for us. So first we have to safeguard our volume. In this, how the sustainability we can bring it out. So yes, this in this respect, yes, there are many initiatives are needed to us, because now it's a more and more cost competitive, like being a generic business, so and cost competitive. How to bring that sustainability and considering the environmental aspects, because ultimately since morning we are hearing now like a license to operate is the basic things, right? We cannot operate without this license. That's very basic minimum things it need to be done. So in this scenario, we need to multiple initiatives. Yes, we have taken at our end. Similarly, I think it can be extrapolated or can be adopted by the multiple other industries. One more thing, since morning, someone told, like, if the best practice what we have done at one industry should be carried forward, it should be taken to the next other industries. That kind of the things really help us to industry to make it sustainable. So here what we have done, I'll just come out like basically we right from the process onwards. Process we have selected because we are in pharma business, it's a regulated process, right? Regulated market. But still, as someone told, that is not a complete hindrance. It's a hindrance, but it's not a complete. Nobody stops you. There's a procedure. There's a ways you can do it. So we have multiple process we have done as a telescopic process. We optimized our process. That part of our continuous improvement process. That's helped. Second part, more focused, we are given to the mechanization. See, automation is a big word, like, by mean of putting this automation, that really kind of, we should also understand the skill of the people and what kind of the people we have been in pharma industry. Now all the cream people moves to like, IT and other like AI pharma. So need to be really be practical. What important is the mechanization. Things has to be mechanized properly. And here the most important, right selection of the equipments. That is also very, very important. I'm not saying like, I'm not moving to the next value based of flow reactor and all, but next, at least what the equipments you have, the right selection of the equipment which suits to your process, which helps to the like, and prevents the environment exposures. And there are the ways, there are the many products we have been done in this way that it was X, like, kind of the productivity moved to the multiple X. And that too with the prevention, exposure to the employee, exposure to the environment like deterioration, and ultimately resulting to the productivity. So these are something very, very basic things we need to really take it out. And here, as in for API industry, the major is like water. One of the sources like water being utilized in a very huge amount, right? So how to handle that water, how to curtail down, because water is one of the source, natural source, is going to be a difficult source for the future point of view, considering all like. So, and that too in zero liquid discharge, how to handle, treat this, what optimization we can be done. I don't know how many of us, but we very, very, if we look at to the database, maybe your generation of the effluents may be X amount, but what you are treating the effluent may be 5X. Why? It is fact. What you are generating per day is X, but what you are treating per day is maybe a multiple of X. That's because our design of the treatment in such a way that multiple things keep on recycling. So we need to get into really the right technology. By means of this, recycling can be avoided. And there are there are multiple technologies being available. It's only we need to give a thought and drive in that direction, which implements and make it successful. So this is one of the area. By means of this, it can helpful to us to reduce the water, recycling, and definitely when you reduce the recycling, your treatability cost also reduce significantly, which in turns makes you sustainable. The next is like the energy. We are very, very energy intensive industry. Like since morning, many people are talking like they'll right from the HVAC to kind of the selection of our processes and all, which really consumes a lot of energy. So here, energy point of view, multiple initiatives taken by selection of the right, it does not take a real automation. It's like a small automation of IoT based or like, some specific instrumentation automation you do. You can collect the data. When you collect the data of utility and all, you understand how much, what is my utilization, how much you are effectively utilized. Most of the time you find that your utilization is very low and equipments are running for longer period. That's really give that data analysis and curtail down the uses. And then you can set it to some limitation, maybe hardwired interlocks, that really helped. But all these are very, very small piece of the improvements, but it bring down a big output for you, which makes you to the sustainable business. So this is a game of the volume. When we move to the value, yes, as we said, the next we need to be really transformed into the value now. We cannot be sustained for longer period. Otherwise, our like history of the generic or pharma business, what we so called pharmacy world, will be like a codec, no more. So it need to be, yes, this is a time we need to move a paradigm shift, completely move forward at the time focused onto the next level value creation. By means of adopting a specific technology where the energy is, yes, so we started working to that direction also. Specific kind of technology driven products, specific selection of those issues, by means of using those processes, which are very, very less, space wise plus volume, this creates. Yes, so by means of this combination, it brings down together, it's a good sustainable business. And I think it can be can be extrapolated to the every industry, similar kind of the things, challenges, issues. But yes, it can be help out for the future sustainability. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dineshji. You also stressed on energy and water and also technology. And you rightly mentioned that adopting new technologies for new products alone will not sustain our business. Again, business sustainability also important. So we have to look back our legacy products and we have to look into what way we can improve the technology in the existing legacy products. And there are different technologies are coming. Of course, regulatory hindrance is only time-bound hindrance only. But nowadays, regulators also understanding the importance of the sustainability. They are also encouraging like technologies, like maybe in the API industry, flow chemistry kind of technology, and in the formulations, continuous manufacturing technology. So where continuous manufacturing technology, so your footprints are going down by more than 50%, and energy utilization going down by several factors. So a lot of advantages are there. So many MNC companies also reformulating their products into suitable to continuous manufacturing. So this is the way technology is also helping to increase the yield and reduce the waste and reduce the energy usage. So thank you. And now going to Amit Kumar ji. So for you, I have a question. How the leadership and management role and commitment is critical in achieving sustainability, especially in the ESG compliance. I request you more focus on, along with environment, thoda social and governance area also please emphasize, because many people from industry, so this subject is not much understood by many people, those who are in operating day-to-day business. Audible?
Yeah, so thank you, Dr. Reddy, and thanks CII for having me here. I feel like I'm the odd one out, among all the technical experts. So I'll just, for the benefit of audience, I'll just introduce what exactly I do. So I take care of government affairs and public policy at Corning Technology. And Sai Kumar mentioned about Corning. It's a 175-year-old company, US multinational. It's a multi-product material science company. And we basically operate into three sciences, which is called a glass, ceramic, and optical physics. And through our, a deep manufacturing capability, we make life-changing innovation, which improves, the industries as well as make life better. We are into telecom space through optical fiber. We are also into one of the environmental technology product, which is called a ceramic substrate and filter, which goes into the catalytic converter and which helps you to meet those emission norms, which is another sustainability thing. We are also into pharma and life science space through pharmaceutical glass vials. And we also make a lot of products and services which helps you, to develop those vaccines, enable those bioprocesses and, cell and gene therapy. Another product which I would like to talk, and in fact, since morning we have been talking about the flow chemistry, so let's go with the flow and talk more on that. And you already, talked about the merit of the flow chemistry, basically. We all know it is a green, clean, and safe technology, not just because we are sitting in a forum which talks about the green chemistry and sustainable. It is efficient also, fine, and all the attributes that you mentioned, like it enables flow, like, all those better mixing and better heat yield, and then you can easily scale up from the lab to the, the commercial stage. And it reduces your footprint also. Obviously, it is safe because, again, the holdup is very less compared to 1,000 liters, few liters you can manage. And then you also have the solvent we are talking about since morning. So the very less solvent usage is there. So that is one part of the business that normally we do. What I have experienced over a period of time is like, if I talk about the government, whenever I go to the government and give my corporate presentation, it's not just about the product that they want to know, fine? So what you produce and where you produce, how you produce has also become very critical now. So in all the corporate presentation that we give, and in fact, I suggest industry also to do the same, whatever initiative that you are taking for a sustainability, maybe even planting trees, making some small modification in your corporate office, using those recyclable tissue paper or maybe better, way of packaging a product. This all initiative has to be now brought forward, to the government also. And they are very keen to listen to it. Because why? Because again, if you see, government also has their own targets, fine. They have a target of net zero. Industry also, as you talked about the ESG is no more a buzzword, fine. It has become a sort of a compliance now. Although not every company has to fall into that, because again, with a certain, the net worth and the profitability there, it is mandated for them. But again, most of the company, even if they don't fall into that, ESG has become a part of their process, fine. And it's not just the making those operational efficiency in your production, but each and everything that you do in day-to-day, life in your plant and in your, corporate office, that all gets accounted for ESG. And since this green chemistry that we talk about, or the sustainability that we talk about, it's not just a necessity, fine. It is basically you are building a trust with your partners, with your customers. And that is how ESG become very important. And with India signing so many FTAs now, I mean, we talked about the EU FTA. I mean, the EU also has a decarbonization target, fine. So how will you achieve it? How the companies are going to export it? Because until you comply with all those ESG norms that helps you achieve your sustainability target, you're going to lose on to the business going forward. So this has become sort of a very critical, you can say the governance as well. Government also has become a very critical part of that entire initiative that we are taking. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit ji. So now, once again, I go to Tathagata. So, in your view, how the net zero targets, how the technologies, your design technologies going to help? Because now every industry is talking about net zero, and there are some targets, 50% by say maybe 2030, 35, and most of the companies before 2050, they're targeting for net zero, means 100% energy balancing. So whatever you consume, you are going to generate. So how technology is going to help for this area?
So obviously technologies are evolving, and newer technologies will always help this. And I think 2050 is not too far away. So whatever you produce, so as I gave an example that recycling the entire water what you use. So first target should be that net zero, water wastage, and then finally, you can go for water positive. So you are actually producing the water what you are consuming it. So it might appear a bit stupid for some of the people of us who are working in formulation, but in API definitely it is possible. There are reactions where water is generated, and we can harvest that water judiciously, and we can become water positive. Similarly, there are a lot of exothermic reactions, and where energy is energy positive, this thing is there, and that we can harvest those energy, we can recycle it into a tangible one, into electricity or something, and then we can use it. More focus should be on green energy. More, as you see now, plenty of companies are coming up with green energy solutions. So, like solar and windmills and all those things. These are again going to be the game changer for this net zero thing. And what my previous panelist was saying, that is the most important thing, that you might be having a free trade agreement with so many countries, but you must comply to their regulations first. Otherwise, you will not be able to export. So unless we are at par with their requirements, we will not be able to supply to Europe or to US our products. And to forget about newer business, to retain our existing business, it is just a matter of our survival that we have to adopt these technologies, invest in capex and invest in newer technologies so as to become net zero as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. Saikuma, you want to add something on this?
So, day in and day out, being into the operations, I closely look into some intricacies of licensing and how the policy is defined at multiple levels. It pains me, it bothers me at areas where I'm trying to send my solid waste, spending more fossil fuel than I've been trying to send my solid waste to the cement factories where they can make use of the calorific value that my waste has. Okay, it's a little, obviously formulations will contain some amount of calorific value, which is still valued at cement industries. However, my biggest challenge, I still spend more amount of fossil fuel to just send it there. But still, I still do that. The reason being, yet, okay, I'll be consistent doing that. Someday, at least, these things will get aligned with the thing. And now I see there's a lot of emphasis and then acceptance for the alternate fuels, and demand from their side to source alternate fuels has rung up. The other thing, the policy-wise, somebody else was also talking about the capex, initial high capex. It's just not the capex. The policy-wise, if you see the licensing by the PCB, they somehow it's a very strange anomaly that it was in the policy that they charge you a license for the plant and machinery. So if you are trying to invest in a low, plant and machinery which has which is good on the environment, you end up paying license, a higher license, and also it's just not one time, every single year. It does not even depreciate. So that's a paradox in terms of a policy, which needs to be corrected. In fact, instead of incentivizing that, it's been penalized. So these are some things which need a representation from a larger audience. Wherever the occasion, whenever the occasion comes, yeah, this is it.
Thank you. Now, Amitji, so we want to understand from you. So there are different ways of net zero targets like scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. So can you elaborate how the total supply chain system will help to achieve our net zero targets in a long run?
Yeah. So as I said, at the very beginning, the entire supply chain, your entire supply chain has to be very much sort of, convinced, and they should get aligned if we are sort of, getting into the sustainability thing. It's not like, if I just do it. I mean, even the person who is providing us a raw material, and even if we are getting into the backward integration to the customer. So the way we do it in our company also, we need to ensure is like, these raw materials that we are getting, are these guys sustainable? How exactly they are producing it? Are they using fossil fuel? Are they getting into some renewable energy in terms of producing those raw material? So it does not end to us only. It also gets backward integrated as well as forward integrated. So that needs to be seen, by each and every company, so that they map their entire supply chain and then do it. Because again, if you are just doing it, fine, and then you are not passing it forward, then it does not make sense, or you're not ensuring where exactly these raw materials are coming from. So that is one part of it. Second, since you mentioned about the technology and we have been talking about it, so what I understand is if you talk about a lot of technology we talked about in the beginning, a lot of challenges that we face, we have been hearing since morning. We have a drug discovery delays, there are product issues, quality issues, and cost issues. Technology is one of the enabler, fine. But how do we adopt that technology? Because every industry has its own life cycle, fine. Initially, the awareness of that technology is very much required, wherein government should sort of, has played its role, and that is why we have moved to, let's say, liquid zero discharge, or the companies have moved to some solar energy and all. It is sometimes on their own, but many times also because the government has nudged the players, to do it. The same goes for any technology. For example, my company deals with the flow technology. If you see globally also, the governments have across the world have done, I remember FDA passed an act in 2021 wherein they sort of mandated, to spend close to 100 million to set up those center of excellence for flow chemistry, across the universities. Australia has got their own program. I was reading somewhere that Japan also, there's a department, METI, ministry, which has got a department, New Energy Information Technology Development Organization. They have proved these technologies have reduced your energy, cost by 80%. China, which we have been talking about, which has moved up the value chain now from the volume to value. So China has done it fine. So a lot of chemistry they have mandated, these are the chlorination or bromination. This chemistry need to be done in terms of in the continuous manufacturing process. So government also has a very critical part in terms of nudging the player because of the initially rather than institutionalizing anything like, okay, this is a scope 3 requirement and then you need to do it. The government also need to sort of, nudge the player to understand what is the significance of this. And there are best use cases also which industry can share among themselves, which I think in the previous also forum we were discussing, like, we are the part of one industry, so how exactly one industry is achieving it and the second can help. Industry association can also play their role in terms of bringing all the industry together to understand, because I think not much discussion is happening in terms of how the other industries are achieving their scope 1, 2, 3 target. And then common forum, maybe CII can play a role in that, because again, you have got a green sustainability center also, wherein this all industry can share their own experience in terms of how they are achieving it. And if any nudge or help is required from the government, then the government should also sort of come and help these, at least the smaller companies, to come forward and adopt those technologies.
Thank you, Amit ji. So, Dinesh ji, so you going forward, we know we are operational heads, so we have multiple challenges to comply all this. So can you elaborate what kind of practical problems you are facing in achieving all these sustainable goals in your industry?
Yeah.
And what kind of support you are expecting from your management and leaders?
Yeah, definitely. You have selected this life, so you have to be continue with this. There is no second choice, right? It goes without saying. So there is no discussion into this. But what you asked is the right thing. Like, what are the challenges? I would like to put a very simple example. Like what happened? One of our some units where the retain in effluent treatment, biological treatment, retention days are more than 20 days. Still, you are not getting the desired the COD. Okay. Important. Why I am mentioning this specific case? Like, somebody has to be really deep dive the nitty-gritty or details. That really helps, because your devil lies in your details. What you do superficial will never help you out. Okay. When understood in the details, we find out one of the solvent, dimethyl acetamide. This solvent is not biodegradable. If there are some traces of this, it does not get rid, and that remains. So then what? It takes a longer period for you. Then what? Then the next, you need to find out the ways. And now it is an analysis. You are done just analysis. Next. So once moment you understand this is disease, you can do the treatment. But first you have to understand this is the problem. Now you diagnose it. Yes, there are solutions. Now there are technology by means of some specific enzymes can be developed. They can treat even those kind of specific solvents with the treatable. There is no treatability. Yes, we developed specific enzymes, worked out. So what I want to say, need to be really go into the detail, understand and work out onto those solutions that really help out. As someone mentioned, my colleague mentioned, like, China really moved from volume to value. How they moved? They moved it specifically because they understood. China was in the same set of like what we are more or less like similar, like the volume based, but they moved it out. But it is not only the government. He mentioned definitely the regulation is important. Regulation is key to make it success. Many times, if you don't do by choice, you have to do it. There is no, that's a government. It has to be done. It's clear. But at the same time, the drive has to be there. That makes the more like fast. You can deliver at a very faster rate when rather than putting into like a compulsion or regulation. As Srinivas was mentioning, like, industry has to be pull out now. Because at what level, till what level you can do it at academic level. It has to be moved from academic to the industrial mass level. That will happen only when it's driven by the industry or driven by the the leaders in the industry, they take it up. And someone mentioned, Deepak mentioned, I take this takeaway from this forum, that definitely, what I understood, some specific areas, I need to move it further. Yes, so those takeaways has to be taken from this forum, specific, and these leaders, then they can make the changes. So there are many practical difficulties. We need to be really deep dive, understand, yes, to make it sustainable. That's the role of the leaders. And now, here, I think one of the role is specific to the leaders is like getting to the right people onto the right job. That is also very, very important. Because many times what happens, we have the peoples, but really the right people at right place is it available. Make that one, then it can be really make the changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dinesh. So rightly mentioned. So now we are talking much on sustainability, net zero and all, but a lot of work needs to be done from the government side also. Like educational in the universities and educational institutes, a lot of research is happening, but really related to this environment and new technologies, because some of the old and legacy technologies, so we are not effectively able to handle the effluents and solid waste. Because of these, then sometimes there is a forced deviations possibility. So a lot of investments, government also need to look into, encourage the research in this area, and also as a our industry leaders also need to spend some amount on the new technologies, and we have to bring the technologies and see that everything is handled effectively. And having said this, this sustainability is definitely it is going to be a big subject, and we are going to without this we are not going to be exist in the business. And of course we are volume based, but we are also slowly moving value based. But even we do value-based, but this environmental damage and all will be there. So every industry, now we have to see all environmental compliancy and all. And every industry leaders and managements should not think this is a capital investment, but it is in a long-term investment. So it will give good scoring and ratings such that your business eligibilities will increase. So all industry leaders, and as a operating leaders, though we have to enforce managements to encourage for these investments. So we should not entertain any kind of environmental damage kind of thing. And also one more area is personal exposure and personal hygiene is also playing a significant importance today. So whenever there are social audits are happening, so more focus is given how employees are allowed to work and what kind of exposures are there. So there also we have to look for new technologies, and we have to see the health and well-being of the people in the area of the in the social aspect. So we have to see the employees' well-being and their comfortable work environment, and so many things are playing role. So every industry need to look into this. So with this, we'll conclude this, and thank you all panel members for your valuable and very technical suggestions and advices to the industry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bhaskar. We'll take it in the closing session. Yeah, that comes. Actually, one thought comes to me. Sorry for that. We have a closing session after this session, and then we can have an that will keep it interactive, so that the continuity will not be missed. After speaking to Dr. Origanti, one thought came to me. See, nowadays, the new plants are coming up. And sustainable, green, keeping everything in mind, the design and development, every element of it. They're building the structures, they're building the entire gamut of the whole system. But somewhere they really need to factor in whether it is solvent recovery or ZLD. They also need to mimic the nature. See, in the scenario where global warming, we never saw this. Dubai is completely drenched. The buildings are completely drenched. The cars are completely washed away. In my childhood, I never heard. And there's a land of deserts. But I personally witnessed. And then people dying in Europe because of the temperatures. Died. Multiples of hundreds of people died in front of ours. And the countries where there were no air conditioners, they would think otherwise. Similarly, on a lighter note, Oruganti was sharing, Visakhapatnam, somebody builds a sustainable project, and which is a tropical area in the seashore. Suddenly snow comes. We never know what happens after 10 years. So this all must be factored in while designing the whole gamut of the system. So keeping that aside, thank you so very much for your valuable time. Especially Dinesh, you have been there since morning along with Venkat. I'm so happy. I know how much busy you're all in your respective areas. My dear scientist friend, Dr. Tadagat, Amit came all the way from Gurgaon only for embracing us. And dear enter CII, I think valuable insights. And really practical, actually. That is more important. And this is not being a seminar or something like that, giving some deliberations. एक भाषण दे रहा है, कुछ लोग सुन रहे हैं, ऐसा नहीं है. So it's like an interactive, and I'm so happy, especially for the Bhaskar. How much busy he is, and he not only came, he brought along with him some of his colleagues to exchange and to learn from others and to share their knowledge with others, and that is really a welcome move. I'm so happy for all of you, and profusely I convey my gratitude on behalf of Confederation of Indian Industry, Telangana, and myself. Thank you so very much. Give a round of applause once again for my friends. Well, my friends, in fact, there is a small advice for all of you. After this session, we'll have some time, right? We'll have some time to open out. We'll have some, you call it a coffee time or tea time. So what I advise you, pick up your coffee and tea later on after this session and come inside and have your networking, because you never get this opportunity again. In this busy traffic, all of you came all the way. Make use of your time to best of your knowledge and make new friendships, meet new friends, learn some new things, get connections. This is why CII is here. I think I strongly suggest you go that. And along with that, while some of you are inside networking, some of you, I recommend you try to give your views. There is a live outside. You can give your video bite, maybe one minute or 90 seconds or whatsoever. What is your view about this initiative, and what are your thoughts for the future? Whatever you want to say, say few. Never miss that because this will be telecast later on. I request all of you to make use of this opportunity after the break. And also, if someone wants to see, maybe register and see the GBC around. We have ample time, maybe till then. And next comes the session of the day. Why I'm saying session of the day, some of them whom I invited in the morning, they prefer to come. Green chemistry is such a important topic. We wish to talk in this last session. Normally people don't prefer to talk in the last session, and you have legends talking in this session. So you're all lucky for staying so long. You're fortunate to listen to them also from their experiences. I'm so happy to have. I will reduce some burden on the chair moderator BVRK, so I'll try to introduce the people of the session also. To begin with, one of the legends, Dr. Rajaram Iyer, Executive Vice President of Laurus Laboratories Limited, and who played a very key role in driving strategic initiatives, operational excellence, innovation across the organization. You know the transformation of the Laurus under our friend Dr. Chava, and he is one of the core pillar in that transformation, and Dr. Rajaram. With a strong background in pharmaceutical research, development and manufacturing, Dr. Iyer has been instrumental in advancing Laurus Labs' capabilities, scaling up to high instrumental and high-quality drug development and global market expansion. His leadership focuses on integrating cutting-edge technologies, ensuring regulatory compliances, and fostering a culture of continuous improvement. A round of applause for Dr. Rajaramaiah. There's a lot I'm not reading out. And we have our dear friend, Mr. Sunil, Dr. Sunil Kumar Mandal, the Vice President and Site Head of PI Health Sciences. And he leads operations and strategic planning over there and site management to ensure excellence in pharmaceutical research, R&D, manufacturing. The extensive experience in drug development, process optimization, and regulatory compliance, Dr. Mandal has played a pivotal role in driving operational efficiency, quality standards. He has got a huge experience. And the great scientist, dear friend, he is very popular in IPC annually. We used to share the IPC initiatives, so we are also part of the board in the National IPC. Dr. Sridhar Yashamaina, 1 foot in USA, 1 foot in Ahmedabad, 1 foot in Hyderabad. What? He's a Vice President Global Clinical Affairs and Patient Safety, Amnil Pharmaceutical Private Limited. Dr. Sridhar Yashamaina is the where he leads the initiatives to ensure the highest standards in clinical research, drug safety, and patient-centric care. With extensive experience in global clinical operations, regulatory compliance, and pharmacovigilance, Dr. Yashamaina has been instrumental in shaping strategies that enhance the patient safety, streamline clinical programs, and accelerate drug development across. He's a real chemist, I promise you. Real chemist and real scientist, just like our Dr. Tadagata. And next comes Dr. Suresh P., very vocal in many platforms, very down-to-earth guy, very simple and humble. He's head of operations excellence in Granules India Limited, where he drives operational efficiency, process optimization, and quality management across the organization. A seasoned operation leader, Suresh is passionate about innovation, process excellence, and team development. And next comes another young Turk, and I'm so fond of him. Mr. Nagarjuna Chakilam, Director, Maitri Drugs Private Limited. Owning a company and then running it and moving around multiple countries is not a joke, which he is doing, Nagarjuna. We have been together for 12 days out of India recently. He oversees strategic growth, operations, and business development with extensive experience in the pharmaceutical industry. He has been instrumental in driving innovation. Leadership focuses on delivering high-quality pharmaceuticals. A visionary and industry expert, Chekalam is passionate about adopting modern practices. So, as I told you, this is a great combination. Just like in the previous session, you see the CVs of all the people. And then to head this and moderate, another very simple guy, I must say, you know him very well, BVRK, Srinivas Rao, is head of formulations operations, Gravity Pharma. And he has a huge experience. In fact, he was in multiple organizations before. Currently, he is heading formulations operations. Very accomplished industry professional. He is passionate about process improvement, technological adoption, and team development. So you got a variety of people with a huge experience, maybe a combined experience of more than 200 years, I think. So. Great session. I'm looking forward, just like as you. I request all of you to come over on the board. Please. A round of applause once again. Over to you, BRK.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I don't know. I hope you all had a good lunch and I think already Mr. Chakravarti hyped. Now it's very difficult for all of us to keep you all awake. This is a challenge for all of us now.
Prandial hits after 2 hours.
Yeah, of course. So thank you, CII Telangana. And Mr. Chakravarti, for having all of us here, and thank each one of you to spend whole day here for this knowledge sharing session. And CII is always like ahead of what is required to share their knowledge, like for conducting such a wonderful workshop. Really, it's a great learning for me as well, being here. Now coming to this session, green chemistry, ESG, and global expectations. This is the topic of the session. We have, like you already mentioned, variety of experience, like clinical, API formulations, operational excellence. It is a combination of panelists which we have here. When we talk about pharmaceuticals, like we all talk about saving lives, right? Now the problem before all of us is how can we save lives without affecting the world. That is the problem before all of us. Our industry, pharmaceutical industry, we mastered in quality, safety, efficacy, right? But the bigger problem here is like the new era which is coming, sustainability, right? I think since morning, like most of the people must have talked about this so far. I hope it is not going to be repetitive. So the green chemistry, like which we talked about, is a science leading this change now. When talk about the sustainability, green chemistry challenges us to develop new processes which operates with lower solvents, lower resources, lower carbon, all those things. Right? Science is not enough here. We are talking about when it comes. Now ESG is environmental social governance. This transforms, ESG transforms our intentions, good intentions, into a reality with respect to the sustainability. Now coming to the world is watching us. Many speakers already spoken about. I personally faced problems with this. EU and US already, their expectations are already very, very high with respect to the sustainability and all, green chemistry. And investors, buyers, regulators, they're all expecting just not the compliance. They're expecting much more commitment for us. By going this way, the future of pharmaceutical is not just by innovating molecules. It is also innovating in commitment. So, that's why I already mentioned earlier, saving lives is not enough as a pharmaceutical industry without harming the planet and society is more important for all of us. With this background, I request, starting with Sunil, what does green chemistry and ESG mean to your organization?
So, if I put in, say, one sentence, let me put it little metaphorically. So, if the innovation is the fabric of your organization, then green chemistry and ESG is the thread of that fabric. So, it is stitches with that fabric. So, I would say we are not there yet. Part of the fabric is not that strong. That means stitches are not done that strongly, but that is our ultimate goal. So that means ESG and green chemistry, we need to make part of the fabric of our organization. That's how in one sentence I would tell about it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very, very well said. I think the same, Mr. Rajaram, with same question to you as well. With respect to your industry, can you give a single liner?
Imagine a situation where your API sales guys go, or your formulation, you're bidding. Your first question most of the buyers will ask is, what is the price? Right? And now imagine a scenario where he's not asked the price first. He's asked, what is your carbon emission per kg of API? I think that's a paradigm shift we are talking about. And this is not a futuristic scenario. We are witnessing this now. a lot of times we get this query, what is your carbon footprint per kg of API? Right? So price is not a determinant which used to be long back, right? We used to fight for price and say last man standing kind of business. I think the world has evolved, and if you look at recently concluded the Davos event, they said what are the global risks? Short term, they said geopolitical confrontation, but if you look at long term risk, I think 7 or 6 in that list of 10 are related to environment, and I think that speaks volume, right? And my sense is this is no longer optional. I think gone are the days when do we put SA in our API COA? We don't, right? We assume it has to be in that range. Otherwise, it will not be qualified. And I think the sustainability, these things have already become, part of COA in that sense. I would say, you wanted one word. It's difficult, but I would say it's now business imperative. It's no longer optional or differentiation, or it's just business imperative. You got to do this. You don't have any choice.
Thank you very much, Rajaram. The sharing your experience, the Laurus Labs, particularly where you're working, they are supplying medicines to the global market, and your experience is very helpful for in this. I think any one of you want to add into this, Suresh or anyone? Yeah, please.
Yeah. So for my organization, it is while producing life-saving products, we also should not harm the people with the carbon footprint. So as a one-liner, make more with a less carbon footprint. So way back in 2015, the Paris Agreement happened, and so many countries are involved in this treaty where we are combating with the global warming to ensure that we should not increase the temperature beyond 2 degrees and with a cap of 1.5 degrees, right? So we also started our journey of sustainability way back in 2023 with the targets in terms of carbon footprint reduction and sustainability, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions reduction. So what I would like to add, so we want to make more with a less carbon footprint and ensure that patient safety is maintained.
Thank you. I know Mr. Krishna Prasad is leading from the front with respect to the sustainability in Granules India. Now we talked about the green chemistry is the science behind all of this. I request Dr. Suresh to talk about what green chemistry principles are most impactful in pharma today. Can you share any examples, because you are already in advanced stage?
Sure, sir. Thank you. So fortunately, I had both experience, API almost 10 years and then formulations. And I had chance to explore different operational excellence and process engineering initiatives. Way back when I was in Newland, I tried photosynthesis reaction. Now I could relate one of the new innovation which I recently saw on LinkedIn. So IIT Guwahati student is converting carbon dioxide into methanol with a graphene-based photoelectric. So recycling back carbon to a meaningful solvent. It's a good initiative, but I could connect the dots. Like earlier when I was doing photosynthesis reaction, so I could connect this, and even in terms of solvent, when we are using solvent, just tweaking the operating parameters, you can sell a lot of solvent. So in one of the reaction where the salt was settling down and we need to transfer the liquid solvent, it was one of the solvent which is very harmful to the climate. So initially we used to suck the solvent, but we think the recovery was very less. Then instead of that, we tried to put the pressure with a blow leg, and the recovery has improved a lot, from 70% to 90%. So just tweaking the things can help us to ensure the solvent recovery as well as. So I could connect the dots in terms of green chemistry, and there are so many examples. Currently, whatever the process, if you tweak a bit, we can do it more efficiently in terms of even ABP, which is efficient process. just tweaking the way you granulate will help to reduce the time by 30% and even improve the throughput in the downstream process. We are working on that. Even pellet processing also, it's a long process cycle time. So we are tweaking that process also, which will cut down by 1/4 of time. So while we are making more efficient, we are also reducing the carbon footprint in this process. And even I had a chance to work on a continuous manufacturing process where in API, if you see, we did a heterogeneous catalytic reaction. In that, it was a continuous manufacturing we aimed it, but 1 mole of product was generating 1 mole of byproduct, and we worked on electrodialysis project where we can convert the same ammonium sulfate back to the key raw materials. The slight tweaking and understanding the mechanism and going to heterogeneous catalyst will help to reduce the number of process steps, and even we can control the byproducts which can recycle back to our raw materials. So that is where green chemistry plays. Even the granulation, if you see, we can go for a dry granulation roller compactor where the solvent requirement would be very less. Even in terms of cleaning, if you see, the cleaning with a meaning, so we have to clean more efficiently. If you put a high-speed jet, so we can clean effectively instead of pouring and making more and more effluent and load on the environment.
Thank you, Dr. Suresh. I think you touched upon the continuous manufacturing as well as Bhaskar was talking about. Like, no, I know, like, see, if you, I'll give an example in the same case, Granules India, where the continuous coater, which can convert 500 kilos per hour capacity in 20 hours. If you do 10 tons of coating, you can do the same thing. Like, if you use a normal batch coater, maybe you may end up in maybe 1,000 or 1,000 to 2,000 kilos, not more than that, even if you are very, very efficient. So, like, the continuous manufacturing definitely can help. And you talked about the cleaning. Now, pharma industry, the cleaning is a hot topic. Cleaning of equipment, cleaning of ducts, you clean everything. But like now, you end up spending lots of water or any other solvents in this process. But using a highly efficient nozzles, you can make a significant difference. Even though investment is slightly high, but it saves you a lot. There are, but you need to put a lot of interest in that. And I can proudly say, like, no, of course, Srinath was there with me when we are doing that work. By using efficient nozzles, we can reduce the time and we can reduce the quantity of the water we use, and also you don't need to inspect. So we want to reach that stage. Like, no, this all helps. Dr. Rajaram, do you have any examples to share with us?
Yeah, I think after hearing, one thought which is coming to my mind is treating waste is going to be your single largest ingredient in the API costing now. Right, it's not going to be the intermediate or KSM or anything. It's yeah, it's going to be that's going to be the key cost contributor. So, couple of examples, sir. Enzymes and biocatalysis is a word, I think, which was not in our dictionary 6-7 years back, right? We used to hear some papers here and there. Sitagliptin started that trend. You had one enzyme, and of late what we have seen is a lot of products, right, use enzyme. So I think most of the multinationals these days have moved to biocatalysis process. And it's not just use of one enzyme or two enzymes, and we are seeing a lot of complex enzymes being used at various stages. So which is a clear trend in how industry is moving. Three other examples which I wanted to share. We have a company, Laurus Bio in Bangalore. They help with enzymes and biocatalysis. They also have precision fermentation capabilities. We are working with a cosmetic company. And the mandate within it's a global big number one, number two, that range. The mandate internally is 70% of all the ingredients which they use in their cosmetics have to be bio-based source, which is a big statement to make, right? For such a big cosmetic company, you would think. And we are working with them, helping them develop those products and then so that they can use it in their products. And similarly, there are many examples from many industries where people are looking at more sustainable sources. I mean, pharma, we are all familiar. I'll share a couple of other examples. So artificial meat is becoming popular, artificial dairy, so much so that flavors and fragrances, we're working on a project where we are saying sandalwood oil, can you actually make that in fermenter rather than cutting the sandalwood tree? Santalol gives that unique smell. Can you? And we're working on a couple of such initiatives. One classic case study, which at least I saw, wanted to share that product atorvastatin, we are all familiar. Few years back, all the API suppliers had classic chemical route. API pricing used to be $250 to $280 a kg, give or take. And then a company came, they used a biocatalysis enzymatic process. And they launched at 180, 190 a kilo. Don't quote me on these numbers, but these are the wide, broad ranges. And what you saw in a few years, all the formulation manufacturers, a lot of them had DMF, their own DMF, they moved to this source. And that's the power of biocatalysis. And this is no longer a textbook thing, and this is business in action. You see, right? You use biocatalysis. Some people say upfront investments are high, but I would say long-term investments are much more significant, and hence things like biocatalysis have become now an everyday thing. Similarly, you said flow chemistry. If you see flow chemistry these days, everyone wants to do flow chemistry. I mean, Drills has a institute on flow chemistry. On the formulation side also, there are a lot of examples. You said continuous coater. That's a great example where people have used. There are many examples which come to my mind, but I would say these few for now.
No, thank you very much. See, the green chemistry, like we all talked about, basis for the sustainability when we talk about, the examples shared by you, and particularly usage of the biocatalysts and all, it is going to be a real game changer coming forward. Now moving on to the ESG part. Now we talked about the green chemistry. We learned from our fellow panelists. Suresh explained the ESG and the key ESG metrics, what you follow and where we are. If you have anything about the Indian standards, where we are.
Yeah. So way back in 2023, we started as a baseline of our sustainable journey. And we are aligned with the Paris Agreement. By 2030, we want to reduce our scope 1, scope 2 emissions by 42%. And currently we are at 32% reduction from the baseline. And scope 3 also, we have targeted 42% by 2030. And now we are at 24%. And we have a target in terms of CSR initiative 1 million by 2032. And also we are also working on the water positive, where we are trying to water conservation initiatives like harvesting and self-reliant in terms of ZLD. We are working on this. So these are the initiatives which are the metrics in terms of environment. We are working on reducing the waste, zero landfill, solid waste, and optimizing the water energy, water conservation. Even in terms of energy initiatives, we are taking so many initiatives where we optimize the energy. And in fact, we are calculating. Earlier, we used to calculate the cost per 1,000 pills or cost per metric ton. Now we started calculating cost per the energy consumption at every stage, and we can optimize our process where we can reduce the energy consumption as well. So we are working on those scope 1 reduction. Even we are improving our boiler efficiency. Currently, the oxygen level monitor is not there. We are incorporating IoT sensors where we will optimize oxygen consumption and improve the boiler efficiency. If low boiler efficiency, it will generate more carbon and even high, it consumes more coal. So we are optimizing, and it will be online monitoring to ensure that oxygen level is maintained. So these are the things that we are working on the environment. On the social front, we are also practicing the labor practices and ensuring there are no overtimes to the labor. And governance part, we are following the SBT mechanism where metrics updating transparently to the government and the compliance regulatory authorities. So these are the metrics we are following, and these are the initiatives.
Thank you, Dr. Suresh. I know when I was working with Granules India, I'll just share my experience with that. No, at that time, we Indian industry don't know much about. I'm talking about 2010, not today. We don't know much about we have not started the sustainability, social these things and all. The audit from Walmart, it happened, and it is not like other regulatory audits. It is not like it is a pass or fail. It is not like you'll get some observations and you comply and all. I still remember. I curse myself even now. We lost almost 6 months of business just because of that that audit. We were complacent like any other US FDA, other regulatory audits, but the learning for me is very costly. Of course, from that day, even Granules India, I know that the developed paracetamol process itself is based on the green chemistry in 2000s. That's how. But they are like Dr. Rajaram has also mentioned. The industry, the regulators are like the way I mentioned earlier. They're all looking for. They're not looking for essays and impurities and all. It is gone now already. Yeah. Now we are moving to this to Mr. Nagarjuna. See, how feasible is it for a pharma industry to move toward carbon neutral or a net zero manufacturing sites?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Dr. BVRK, and thank you, CII, for this opportunity to be a part of this panel. So everything is feasible, right? Like given the strategic investment, right. And to have net neutral, I think most important thing is partnerships, right? Only with partnerships we will be able to achieve net neutrality. In silos or as an individual company, it is very, very hard, right? Like you need to have stronger partnerships with your customers, stronger partnerships with your suppliers, stronger partnerships with your peers, right? Like, with your peers, like having these kind of forums, these kind of discussions, maybe taking representations to the government to ask them for, help in having infrastructure in place for, especially for smaller companies, right? Like who cannot afford. Bigger companies, they will be able to afford, but for smaller companies, they might need a little bit of help from the government, right? For that, partnerships with peers is also very, very crucial. So feasibility point of view, yes, it is feasible, but given the strategic investment and even investment also, right? Like, if you start seeing sustainability investments with a lens of efficiency gains rather than a cost center, then you can start realizing net neutrality goals slowly. So that's the feasibility.
No, thank you very much. Like Dr. Rajaram and Suresh also mentioned earlier, we should not see it as a cost, because we already moved to the stage where our buyers, investors, everyone is expecting this as part of our business. So at the same time, definitely there are going to be benefits. It looks like initial it's an investment, but it is like capital investment. Over a period of time, it is going to be. I hope it is going to be nullified with the benefits what we are going to get. Now I think our another Dr. Sridhar is quite for some time. Now, Dr. Sridhar, with your clinical expertise and all, we'd like to know what are the global expectations on green chemistry and ESG. How does how it is different from India to others?
Yeah. So. Primarily, I would like to thank CII and the chair and the fellow panelists. So I came with some latest information. That's the reason Chakravarti sir has included me. I'm not the odd one out. So saying this, it's just a disclaimer. It is all my personal perspective. What I have seen with my experiences, not my current organization or previous organizations, anything to do with. So here in the green chemistry, why we are talking in this platform is the entirely environmental safety, That is what I echo what Dr. Suresh and Dr. Rajaram on the human safety point of view. So when we say this, the green chemistry now no longer is nice to have it, it is licensed to operate, one of the thing. And where if you see the US counterpart, where we have the California safer consumer product, and this policy, everyone has to abide to it, and they have to follow this. That's became mandatory there. And whereas India, only all the manufacturers are only focused for the products which they are going for the export or global supply chain for EU and US. So in this context, mainly the focus is specifically to the requirement, whether it is there with the requirement or not. So, but gradually the regulations and everything as we are evolving, one means the overall in a global scenario, when we are seeing like international conference and where we can harmonize the things for the green chemistry is usage of the newer technology, which the previous panel was also discussing, and the current also, where I being the AI scientist in the Boston University from last 1.5 years, so we were trying to develop some of the new initiatives with the use of RSG, NLP languages, and also now we got a new method, because in AI we have just process automation, whereas we have automation or just text to voice conversion. So based on that, we select the languages, and when we are doing that, yes, it is a critical challenging because of the large process, but we are coming to an evaluation. One such project on the, one example is on the NDMA factors of the excipient to identify the larger quantities where the specifications are over meeting, that we were able to successfully meet that in that. Whereas the other things, like in this also in the green chemistry, we can implement from, because it is not, as we already experts have mentioned, that the waste management cost is very high. Rather than it can be used at the design concept, where we can implement this type of tools, where it can be automized and it can optimize the requirement of the molecules that we are going to develop, or the catalyst, whatever, how we can minimize that. It can screen, because this, though it is at the infancy stage, as we have some timelines, maybe the amount of the data, once we input it, the maturity of the product, means the process will increase. Once this is that, when we get the accuracy or the validated information from this, so this will be the troubleshooter for the current problems, which can be overcome in a short span, I would say, with the data. Without the data, no AI tool can be will be mature enough to understand. So wherever from the water consumption or from the effluent management, everything, this can be used as one of the tools. So in a investment point of view, this is one area which we start initiative this as a gradual in a phased manner. Definitely this will come to a yield where we can get more better, the usable solvents rather than the hazardous solvents or the effluents, which can be minimized. So this is what my thought process is.
See, it is a pleasant surprise. Now I realize why Mr. Chakravarti added you in the last minute. Like I never expected. I'm expecting you towards clinical pharmacologist and all, talking about completely AI, and I'm really appreciate your inputs into this. Now I request each one of you, starting from Nagarjuna, what is the one change the industry must make in next 3 to 5 years?
So in the next 3 to 5 years, so actually to add on to what Mr. Sridhar has said, comparing to global standards, India is we are still scratching the surface. We are not up to the mark, right? In the US, if you see companies like Roche, they have publicized what their expectations are in terms of sustainability for their suppliers, right? In India, it's hardly our websites rarely talk about sustainability goals, and even if they're talking about sustainability goals, we are only talking about our sustainability goals, not our supplier sustainability goals. So the standard for US is that high, like in the example of Roche, and EU, EU Green Deal mandates what ESG reporting, right?
Right,
So
right.
for us, like ESG reporting, so we are a EcoVadis rated company, so we are really proud of that certification. So we recently got that certification, and we did that only when there was a customer need, right? So here it is mostly like customer driven, not like voluntarily. So I think Greenco is also there. Now I came to know, not before this. So being transparent about all these things would also help attain net neutrality and reach these sustainability goals. I personally felt the main reason why, like, India is lacking behind is because of awareness gap, right? Like, not many people are aware of SBTI targets, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions. All so there is like a lot of awareness gaps. So what I feel is, like, in the next 2 to 3 years, industry should mandate training, like for green chemistry or ESG. So there should be like a mandatory training, like just like we have GMP training or EHS trainings. I think green chemistry is to reduce wastage, and ESG is to, like, have responsible growth, right? So I feel like in the next 2 to 3 years, at some point, this green chemistry and ESG training has to be mandated.
Thank you, Nagarjuna. So creating training and awareness is the starting point of, like, moving towards that goal. Thank you, Suresh.
So next 3 to 5 years in terms of sustainability. So generally when we design a product, so we maintain quality by design, but it should be now inclusive of sustainability. So quality and sustainability by design in the product. So thinking final end impact on the environment. And even we have to ensure from the life cycle of the entire product and even from the supplier point of view, we should ensure and make sensitize the team in terms of sustainability, what it is going to impact. Going forward, carbon credits are going to be a crucial. If you produce more and more carbon, so then we will be nowhere in manufacturing. So keeping in that mind, so to sustain in the system and to ensure that investors rely on us, we should focus on the end to end of the life cycle of the product and making a meaningful impact on the environment.
Thank you, Dr. Suresh. Like, what you mentioned is important. Quality and sustainability are no longer, like, we cannot consider they are different now. Moving forward, it is to be together. Like, if you design your process, like, your end goal in mind, automatically you are achieving towards that goal. Thank you, Suresh.
So primarily, I would say that implement the AI-related technology-driven, so that we can reduce the effluent or catalyst optimization, as well as to minimize the carbon emission or convert the carbon to a useful solvent from the toxic solvents. So that's the concept.
Thank you. Like, you gave us a different viewpoint, and Dr. Rajaram talked about the biocatalyst. If there is a will, there is going to be a way as well, always. Like, usage of the technologies and AI, I think we are going to reduce the gap what we are having, like we are talking about. Dr. Rajaram, you want to add anything?
I think a lot of technical details have been shared. I will say one thing, don't follow the trend, right? Let's not play a catch-up game when it comes to sustainability. Can we actually create new standards? Right, and we have done this. UPI is a classic example. So rather than trying to play a catch-up game with US, Europe, or Nordic countries, this is the standard, let me play a catch-up game. Can we say, hey, I don't want to play a catch-up game. I want to be the leader. If I have to write a statement, I will actually write that. I'll say, hey, let's not play this catch-up. Let's be the leader.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Sunil. You want?
Yeah. So, see, India already achieved recognition as a pharmacy of the world, but that is because of our delivery and cost mainly. Now, in the next step, we need to maintain that status, of course, but in this ESG and sustainability is what we need to do, that we need to apply all those that, say, starting from flow, biotechnology, then electrochemistry, light, mediated reaction, all these things. But ultimately, what is the goal? Say, apart from that pharmacy of the world tag, we need to be recognized as, say, sustainable chemistry hub of the world. India. And I think that Telangana can act as a great role in that respect. We are quite ahead compared to few other chemistry hub within the country. So let's work towards that. Let us earn that tag in terms of our delivery, not just the cost and volume. Okay, so that's what I would like to see. If not, I will be little skeptical whether that is possible to achieve within next 3 to 5 years, but maybe little more than that. Okay, so maybe 6 to 8 years. So that's what I would target for. As an Indian, so I will be very, very proud to see that before I retire actively from this field. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Sunil. Like Dr. Rajaram has also mentioned, we should be, like India already started becoming a leader. Like we are showing the world what we are. I hope we also, in this journey also, we will show that the same to the world. And of course, today's discussion shows the sustainability. I think my earlier this thing is also mentioned is not an option. That's what coming out of this discussion, we need to move towards green chemistry and look at how we can reduce the solvents, wastages, and of course carbon footprint. And so accordingly, we need to redesign our operations, processes to achieve that. And of course, ESG is there to measure, use that measurement tool to constantly measure it. The global expectations are very clear. The way our fellow panelists mentioned with their experiences. High quality medicines must also come with responsible manufacturing. That's what the expectation is from Dr. Rajara mentioned. COA is no longer your API potency or assay is going to be mentioned. So the expectations are completely different from maybe 5-6 years before to now. With this, I will thank all of my panelists and thank each and every one of you for attending this. And it's a learning for me as well, being a moderator, lot of things. And thank you very much once again.
And I think sustainability is not just about what we talk, right? It starts from us.
Right.
We use 3 toilet papers sometimes. Can we use 1?
That's true. That's a good one.
Right. Can we reduce napkins in our homes? I think it starts.
Actually, we already have it. I feel like, Indians, we already have that mindset. We have that instinct for maximizing resource utilization and waste reduction.
Right.
So we just have to bring it. I think our forefathers already taught us that.
Yes.
Right? Like we just never formally articulated it, or we never formally documented it in a set of sustainability principles. It's not that Westerners have started it.
Yeah.
No, you rightly said it is there. See, by reducing the number of printers in the organization, you can save a lot of paper. Just to end to that, that's what I'm...
Well, what can I say? So every book has an ending, but yeah. This will have no ending at all, yeah. But
Volume 1, Volume 2, Volume 3.
yeah, I'll say. And I like Mandal's accent. It's so sweet and music to the ears. See, everybody who doesn't know me, they call me a Bengali by name, but I don't even know a single word. But my experience with Kolkata is 40 years back, but love that combination. You have a wonderful combination on the panel, and I'm so glad once again, BVRK and all the panelists for your time and value. And considering this is so important for yourself and for all of us also, that is more important actually. Yeah. And as I said, this is not an ending actually. So once again, I request people to make best use of this occasion, and I also use this opportunity to advise or request to all of you. If anyone are not members, some of you are not CII members, you do not know the value of the CII membership. Many people think that TK is another association, another membership. So I also belong to so many associations, not that one association is great or another is not great or something like that. But CII has huge advantages. You have access from Delhi to Davos So world is at your doorstep. If you become a member once, I think you have access to the whole world. The who is who of Indian Inc. Or Global Inc. are at your doorstep. You have connectivity, networking, you can participate in multiple events across the world. This is the only national organization with international chapters physically in multiple countries. So become member, CII member. You have huge opportunities waiting for you. It's not just networking opportunities, knowledge sharing, and so much and so on. For you, for family, for your spouses, for your children, there are huge opportunities within the CII. Is just like an education, actually. When you become a member, you will come to know. So even after, without being a member, you know what CII. You proudly claim I'm a member of CII, I'm a stakeholder of CII. That itself gives all of us a great feeling. So I use this opportunity to urge you to become members. Soon I will see at least Daniel, 10-15 of these attendees we must make. But be in touch. In fact, as I told you, this is not the end. The learning is a continuous process. It's like a book. Some people quoted, friendship is a book. Am I right, Mandal? But I add one more thing. Friendship is a book which doesn't have a last page. So this is my own creation. Sometimes I do that also. But so there is no last page. You keep writing the pages. It's an eternal. So thank you very much, my dear friends. Before going to the formal closing, I thank once again. Have a group picture. Thank you all, friends. Take your seats. Another 10-15 minutes we will wrap up. But as I told you already, please make this the opportunity. We have official photographers waiting for you. It's a great moment for you. Get yourself framed in pictures. Whoever wants to give some bites, video bites, as I requested you, over tea time, you can and you must give some use, give some video bites. There are 2 videographers, photographers waiting for you. Take some good pictures with your friends, and official pictures will be shared by our secretariat also. Definitely, this is a great opportunity. And well, it's a little sad, but we have to, as I told you, we have to end this somewhere. So formally, we wish to close this, ladies and gentlemen, few ladies. In fact, I requested few CEOs, they were not available. There are few good CEOs. Right from Namita, there is Sridevi and Shilpa and Uma and Omagaru and Priyanka. There are so many CEOs in our pharmaceutical horizon also. But Shilpa Reddy Garu, in fact, the previous convener also, she was also not available. I tried my best to get some pharma CEOs onto the board, but maybe next time I promise more people will come. This being a pure manufacturing congress, I did not invite the laboratory, the clinical research, etc. There are so many people from GCC and the women leaders, but we have them in the other platforms. So definitely we will have more participation from the women as well in the coming events. Well, my friends, see, we began today by discussing a vision for Telangana pharma sector, because we all are here more or less in Telangana. And in the morning, what we heard about decarbonization, the circular, decarbonization, circular, let me put it up, supply chains and green synthesis. The simple question, do you feel we are looking at a distant future or a reality we must build immediately by Monday morning or something like that? How many of you really think that the transformation is needed? It's an open question to all of you. Origante, of course, he raises his hand. I think some still live in the past. Okay, it's not by force. Don't say that, okay, I see that you have to raise your hands and all. If some people are there, transformation is not required. We keep selling generics and we compete with Bangladesh, Vietnam in the future. That's fine. That's a volume game. We sell, what do you call, Mumfali, right. The synthesis today was not just about compliance, it was about competitiveness. And we have moved from the why in the inaugural session to how in our technical tracks. Am I right? Initially, we were talking about why. And then we come to some kind of an agreement, and then we started talking how. Okay, why is answered. So Dinesh was the right candidate to approach. In the morning, he was summarizing Dr. Oraganti, and then in the afternoon, he was actually in an implementation part, how we can do it also. And so thankful to all the people. So what are the strategic takeaways? In fact, each of you, we want you to give a feedback to the secretariat headed by our, this panel for Daniel George. Please give a nice feedback, not nice, your feedback and what you think about and what is the way forward. And it's good. Actually, we are bringing out some kind of a position paper, and I request some volunteers to come forward to build a knowledge platform. In fact, Dr. Oraganti, we are talking about on a national level, the CEO roundtable we are going to build up, but you be the part of it in the second layer, giving your valuable intakes. For me, since morning, I was also, like all of you, was a fond listener of all the sessions. What the takeaways I brought is, there are 3 takeaways. If you remember, we are having in the safety pillars of protection, 3 pillars. Similarly, Daniel must be laughing at, but there's another seminar, it's a grand hit with the help of Bhaskar and other people, which is also very, very important. We'll come to that again, we'll announce that. So the 3 pillars, what the takeaway in today, the pillar 1, we talk about deep decarbonization, efficiency. We actually see in the managing the scope also, scope 1, so 1, 2, 3 emissions. It's not optional, no longer optional. Earlier people used to think that these are optional. I think we all come to an agreement that, okay, these are not optional, this is a standard. The managing the scope 1, scope 2, so scope 3 emissions is a standard, it's not optional. And if I ask you, how many of you really believe that your current HVAC, in the morning also I was mentioning, the utility systems, within your purview, not really going for a major capital rejig, how you want to improve at least 20% of efficiency. I think it's not a question, it's also a suggestion. Look into the third angle, third view. Like many of us are owners of our companies, or CEOs, or controlling or at a CXO's level, and we keep seeing what is happening and all. Everything looks very ordinary, and yeah, sab theek chal raha hai. But sab theek hi to chal hi raha hai. That's why we are producing the medicines. But if you really look at a third angle, the things which you never dreamt of get surfaced, they popped out. So those are the things which can be addressed also. Some of you told with a little investment, Sandeep was talking with Mr. Tarate in the morning, some kind of a little tweaks, little investments save huge money. So you need to think about it. So the roadmap for Telangana requires this leap to remain a global leader. So the 20% efficiency jump, let's keep it currently on today's stage. Immediately 20% jump, how can attain? There are excellent number of people, third-party auditors. I don't say that spend money and get all the KPMGs, all this PwCs come over, and you are your own auditors actually. If you go and audit your friend, you will do better, not your company. I know that. So jokes apart, kindly concentrate on that. We'll definitely achieve that kind of a 20% jump, which will be huge saver, and also a lot of carbon credits for you. And then after this, the deep decarbonization and efficiency, we have a circular mandate. So from solvent recovery to zero liquid ZLD, our operations must mimic nature. This is what we were talking about. You have to factor in multiple factors, multiple things while designing itself. Waste to value is not just a green slogan, which all of us have agreed. I will also share with you, Daniel, you can share with all the attendees what my notes also. So from solvent recovery to zero liquid discharge, we already told you have to factor in a lot of things. Waste to value is not just a green slogan, it's a cost-saving imperative for our APIs and formulations as well. Well, the third one, the chemistry by design. This is a very favorite topic to all of us. Yashmina was talking about, and Auriganti also. In the last session, we already discussed on that. We must design pathways that improves atom economy. That's more important. And flow chemistry, it's very close to heart, like Srinivas and others. And flow reactors are the accelerators. We need to adapt quickly to meet global market expectations. There's no time. Abhi samay nahi hai. You need to act upon it. So that's very important. So what is the roadmap? So Telangana is already a global hub. We all must be knowing. We are the largest cluster of New Jersey, the most number of companies in one area, most number of FDA approvals, most number of ANDAs. You'll never know that actually there were some companies have reached the pinnacle actually in the Hyderabad companies, the number of ANDAs and all. So Hyderabad has got great distinction, but do we leave at that? Satisfy that, and tomorrow we lose that crown and we fall? We don't allow that. So for that, what should we do? The policy and collaboration, that's why we have the government of Telangana people are there in the morning as well. The vision shared with the government of Telangana today highlights a commitment to the responsible growth. We'll have more interactions with academia and government and industry, and CII is the best bridge to do that. And CII will continue to bridge the gap between industry innovation and the policy proliferation. And call to action. I challenge every leader here to identify one process step. I already mentioned actually. This is a homework for all of us, including me. When we go to our factories, identify one process step discussed today, whether it is a greener catalyst or a water stewardship initiative, either way, whatever, and pilot it within the next quarter. You take that. Just next 3 months, what you can do, the best one. Identify that and work upon it. It really satisfies you. I promise you, it really satisfies you. So this is what I wrote. And the final, I have to convey my sincere gratitudes to all of you. Sustainable manufacturing is the future-ready shield for Indian pharma. Many of our CEOs have been spelling since morning. So we are not safe anymore unless the manufacturing is future-ready, shielded by the sustainable manufacturing. We don't just want to manufacture for the world, but we want to manufacture responsibly for the world. And this we must keep in mind. A sincere thanks to our moderators, speakers from so many companies, Reddy's, Hetero, Laurus, Granules, so many companies. Sorry, not mentioning everyone. I think almost there are 60 companies participated here. And with these insights, I really officially declare the seminar closed. Let's turn these discussions into our new industry standard. Make use of this. Let's stay connected, become members of CII, and get networking, and enjoy your tea, and have a great networking, and get yourself framed in the pictures and videos. Thank you very much once again. A round of applause to all of you.